International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church, and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivam, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory. KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, These facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
Welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 Asana sequence of Nityananda Yoga. Before we start the yoga session, we request all the male bodies to please remove your upper cloth, for yoga is a ritual, and male bodies remove the upper cloth for any Hindu ritual. All the female bodies, please tie up your hair, and we request all the participants to please wear a black dress, apply vibhuti on your forehead. If you are a male body, apply it on the 16 places over your body. Apply kumkum and any aushadha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism you have available. Wear your Rudraksha mala, the Abharanam, to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. And with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nityananda Yoga session as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
ओम ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
ओम अपौपस्पृश्य.
Keep your Panchapatram and Udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the three bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back as you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधियाहु में जानो उभय पगतली संपुट ठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्व विधि परियागाने नीचौ हो वे कहूनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Neti Asana. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all the bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle, and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time, change the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्ष चरण को वार लोता परिकुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जम्बादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकम्पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bend in Adimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानोरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानोरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Karana. From Arimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head, beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman. For pregnant women, shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Viravatrasana on the other side.
समतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you Gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikuttaka Karana. From Adimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the raised heel to the ground, raise the other heel up and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
अबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel, repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दो भणा पानी होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो वो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवाली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एड़ी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठ देशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थम कुर्पराभ्याम धृतम शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabusandhi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back, if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
तमे वेशक उगट ठाने दो वो हाथ भगवी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart, Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्यता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parashvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंड नामकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parashvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दंड नामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमच्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham.
दो बूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you Lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Lichaka Kumbhaka.
Janu Barila Latanto Paschimam Dana Muchyate.
The next asana is Ugrasana, with your legs straight. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
Shubhanibhyam dhritam dhritva janupari shironyasete.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
Uttanabadam kroncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam.
Now drop the knee down to the ground and lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
Mudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
Uttanabadam kroncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Ulbhauto vrishanasyadaha sivantya parshvayoho kshipet.
The next asana is Gvali Pavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Purvacharpat choka kakhyo soji vahi vidiyo ki je soi.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
Dovu pakatali samput kare edi med ke dhing dhare.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
Purava vidhi paribhakthali samput shol edi mili rashe.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart, as you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो भगतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chatapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो भगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
उल्भव संपेड्य जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समान आसनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nithyanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचो ठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
దావోపగమోడి ఏడి మాహిలో గుల్ఫ మూలద్వారని చైదే
The next asana is Naradasana. Now, sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टिजवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. In Siddhkari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचे उठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वारनी चैदे.
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Narada.
पिष्टिजवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Next up is Matsindrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः.
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe in Prana Mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरू संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वै स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahajra Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. As you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जुगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसी उठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
उत्थानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara Chakra in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax. Completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations! You completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथास्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघो.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्यसीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो चलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिणे दाखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage and author of Ramayana.
डावा पग की भगदली पुनि एड़ी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपाद की भगदली जाहि माहिली एक और.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye and keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Viravaja in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वकः विश्रिकाचो यी वाहि विधि.
In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitaha sitoshna sugadukhyeshu tatamanaapamanayoho. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the Supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued his self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason, how I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do Panchatapas. Make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat, and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita, equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing, I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, see, today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do Panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will's support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, There is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool, asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this 4 process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, we are responsible for making Krishna alive. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? Unpleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I'll go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I'll sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold. And see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I'll fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I'll go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two, there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I'll take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I'll take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way when I want to experience that pleasantness, I'll take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies. But he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna, you came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's I think 1000-page book in Bengali verse form. I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishtagoshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarene Renu Mageye Adam. We just have the book. I can repeat the whole 1000-page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali, reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000-page. At least next 2 months, I will feel that I am in that heaven and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of Bhava Samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your Bhava Samadhi will not stay with you. Only the Nirvikalpa Samadhis will stay with you. less than Nirvikalpa Samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. The English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandanandji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. So all this Bhava Samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi or be in Bhava Samadhi with a person who is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is Bhava Samadhi. In the beginning, Bhava Samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted. This kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you. how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. One of the main reasons for my success, standing throughout these scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued his self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the mana, apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that mana, apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies.
It's Nityananda, all of you.
Nityananda.
So again, once again, welcome to all of you. So now, as today we are entering into Bhakti, Swamiji has beautifully revealed the power of Bhakti. And throughout the day, the session itself is going to be on Bhakti Spurana, experience ecstasy and being in love. So we just had the revelation by Swamiji on the power of Bhakti, how he himself used to do so many samyama on the heat of cold and the heat and the pleasantness and unpleasantness, and how it describes how he used to be in bhava samadhi when he used to sing Ramakrishna's song. So with this, we'll be entering into the next session, which is going to be on detox. And today we are entering into healthy eating, detox through healthy eating.
Yes, and with regards to healthy eating, more to the point, we are looking at how to manage false hunger. So when you get false hunger, how to manage that feeling. So the recipe, the remedy is every night when you fall asleep, put a wet towel or a bag filled with ice cubes on the stomach, on your stomach. So every night, as you fall asleep, so when you go to sleep, just put a wet towel, either wet towel or a bag filled with ice cubes on your stomach. So if you lie down like that, you can beautifully see just how you sleep into the dream state and even deep sleep. You will gain huge confidence to see the alternative states of existence. But how does this help? See, if you have a restful awareness to see your dream, your deep sleep during the transition period, you will have the guts to see all delusions that you manifested.
So here's a Sas Pramana from Shruta Samhita, which says, Sayam Prapta Pratah Manushyana Ashanshya Shruti Choditam Nantara Bhojam Kuryat Agnihotrosmi Vidhi. Human beings should eat only in the morning and in the evening as per the Vedic injunction. Food should not be eaten in between these two times. This rule is equal to the rule of Agnihotra Vidhi. Not to eat after sunset, not to eat before sunrise. This is a beautiful Shastra Pramana from Sushruta Samhita. So this is all being the healthy eating. So with this, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise on the deeper secrets of life. We'll be entering into how to renounce wicked urges which destroys the consciousness. So we'll be entering into this exercise. So this is going to be a 3-step exercise. The first step Sit and describe your life purpose. This is a very important point. Sit and describe your life purpose. You can take 5 to 6 points in this and pen down. Then we'll be moving on to the next steps. So very important step is write down and describe your life purpose. Please go ahead and write it down.
Yes, now let's move on to step number 2. Not assuming responsibility, not taking the role you need to play in life. Being afraid of life stops you from your purpose. So let us smoke out these hypocrisies. So identify wherever you have not been assuming responsibility, where you have not been taking the role that you need to play in life, where you have been afraid of life, and it has stopped you from your purpose. Let us continue.
Now let's move to the third step. Renouncing means understanding and executing. By realizing a certain object, action, or thought pattern is not conducive for the fulfillment of your mission. For the sake of larger vision, your mission and responsibility, renounce your whims and fancies and lose way of thinking now. So please continue.
Yes, you can relax now.
So with this, once you have written down the life purpose and how not assuming responsibility, not taking the role you need to play in the life, and being afraid of life stops you from your purpose, and renouncing these actions, thought patterns, which is not conducive for the fulfillment of your mission, will take you directly towards the consciousness. Else, these urges just destroys your consciousness itself. With this, let's get ready to manifest the powers of third eye. Today, we'll be manifesting the powers of Mahima. So let's get ready. Before entering into the power manifestation, let's enter into the Sas Pramana, which is from Shiv Samhita. And the words goes as Maranam khadyate tena sakena pikhadyate tasya sit paramasidhir animadi gunaprada vayu sancharate dehe rasaviddhi bhave dhruvam akasha pankajadala iyo samapi vardhate. The translation of this verse goes as death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lahima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. Rasa Vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus, Akash Pankaja, also increases in him. So we have various Sas Pramanas. One of the various Apta Pramanas, one of the most popular is how when Lord Hanuman reduces his size and increases his size in various incidents. So with this, let's enter into the power manifestation, and this round will be manifesting the power of increasing the size of a small object which is close to you. So please go ahead and find a small object which is nearby. It can be any object, and let's take a moment and let's also have the measurement. Measure the size of the object. So this is going to be first step, and let's move on to the next step. So please measure the size of the object.
Meanwhile, also requesting all the participants that are here with us on YouTube, on Zoom, the two-way, to please switch on your cameras. So requesting Ma Xiaowu, Ma Kayli Wang, Ma Jingma, and Ma Shu Weiping, if you could please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. Yes, Ma Xiaowu, thank you, Ma. Nityananda. And Ma Shu Weiping, Nityananda, thank you, Ma.
And all the participants on YouTube, also those who are following us on YouTube, you can also start taking part in the power manifestation. You can comment in the YouTube chat.
Yes, so now let us get ready for this power manifestation. So once we have selected the object and we have noted down the size of the object, so whether we measured it by tape or perhaps just depending on the size of it, just mark the size on a piece of paper. Then let us get ready. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us connect to Swamiji in our inner space. And feel the space of oneness with Swamiji in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Just the mere remembrance of Swamiji invokes him in your inner space, in your Ananda Gandha. So connect to Swamiji and feel the connection getting stronger. Feel the love and compassion and infinite grace radiating from Swamiji in your inner space. Now let us move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra, and gently, just gently visualize Swamiji in your third eye and look through your third eye into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, you feel an energetic connection from Swamiji's third eye, his Anya chakra, into your Anya chakra. Just feel the energy building up in your third eye. Now let us start chanting Mahavakya to further strengthen this feeling connection that we have to Swamiji. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya. And let us make a strong intention for the size of the object to change. Make a strong declaration, strong intention. It's the only reality. The only reality we are willing to entertain. The only reality that can be. Nothing else is true. So from this powerful space of oneness with Swamiji and the powerful declaration, intention to change the size of the object, let us start manifesting this power of Mahima. Let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
So now you can relax and slowly and very slowly, if you have closed your eyes, you can open your eyes. And now let's take a second measurement, the size of the object. As we are manifesting the power of Mahima. So please go ahead and take the second measurement as we are increasing the size of the object which you have chosen. And compare it with the initial measurement that you have taken. And just through the power of Mahavakya, just with the deep feeling connection with Bhagavan, you will see you are able to manifest this power. And let us know what was the result. When all the participants on YouTube, you can also start sharing your revelation or your power manifestation. With Swamiji's presence, in his presence, anybody who manifests the power just by his presence, they will simply manifest the powers. So it has nothing to do with your effort. It has nothing to do with your perfection. It is something to do with when you allow Swamiji to flow through you. When you allow Swamiji to manifest through you, you will see the power starts manifesting. Masio says no manifestation. Okay, that's okay. And even if there is a no manifestation, you can share that. Even if the size of the object has decreased, you can share that as well. And of course, if it has increased, then you have successfully manifested the power of Mahima. Yes, Zima, we see here you have been manifesting this power. Please let us know how you went through this power manifestation. Even if there is slight increase or decrease in the measurement, the weight or the size of the object, you can celebrate that. And it is an indication that Paramashiva is manifesting through you. It is an indication that Swamiji is manifesting through you. And the more you manifest the power, you will start having that deep feeling connection, that restful awareness, Nirvikal Samadhi. All right. So if you're still sharing, please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, let's move on to the next session. And the next session is going to be on worship of the divine. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation by Swamiji.
Worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various divine energies come into existence, how by connecting with them your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Evam bahuvitaha yajñaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimoksyase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi Rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled this Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records in the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai, where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's linga. In the main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple, Manikya all those Leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many Leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai, near Dinamani Takis, there is a Samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai, the place Dinamani Takis, opposite to that Takis, there is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property, there he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that Leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the Samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his Murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. I could see cosmically where are they, but in the Madurai map I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful, without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules, and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them, and after you sell and go away, all that fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything. Everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai it is a very popular business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell. Those days breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she's the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy would have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have built, add embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want, but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 jama. Sorry, 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, Shoma. This is puttu. Those days breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies down in that bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer, but he used to drink and gamble. Anyhow, so he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose portion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's portion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her, but from morning he is not doing anything, he is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people were thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami, he is the indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark, and king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas, not one or two, 64 leelas. God, I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of leelas. The body with which he has performed this leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season, around 40 years, he has performed some more leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara coming and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I am really going crazy. This very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever he wants. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan explains.
So, what a beautiful story by Swamiji on the Leelas of Sundareshwara. He's the only one who has given enlightenment to human beings, of course, cuckoos, pigs, and so many other beings whom it's very difficult. It is always said that it is human body who has that potential to reach the enlightenment. But Sundareshwara, his Leela has broken all the rules and he has given enlightenment to various kinds of beings. So, with this, now let's enter into a meditation on renunciation. First, understand the unclutching. Unclutching is a self purifying and evolutionary technique. Let us see how unclutching is related to what happens every moment in your body in terms of breathing. See, between the incoming breath and outgoing breath, there is a neutral space. Your identity exists only in the incoming and outgoing breath spaces. Constantly, you can connect and see you are connected when you are aware of your breath. But in the gap of your neutral space, your identity does not exist. You don't connect the gaps, so you jump over this gap.
So just a little bit of a background knowledge. You think that the breathing space or breathing time is more than the neutral space. This is because you have more thoughts when breathing, because you give more emphasis to your identity. You think that the time of the incoming breath and outgoing breath is more than the time of the neutral space. In reality, it is not. It's just a psychological game. I'm going to display a little slide for you, just for you to get an idea of what we're talking about in terms of the neutral space. So we have the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and another neutral space. So you can see the diagram depicted there.
So now let's enter into the meditation. You can close your eyes and sit straight with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. You can sit straight. And for first few moments, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Do not bother about the outgoing breath or even the neutral space. Just witness the incoming breath first. Be the witness. Be aware of the incoming breath. So let's enter into this meditation. You can sit with your eyes closed. Inhale and exhale as slowly aware as possible. And be aware of only the incoming breaths. Forget about the outgoing and the neutral breaths. Continuously being aware of the incoming breath. Be the witness. So please go ahead and continue this meditation.
Yes, now slowly start witnessing only the outgoing breath. Forget about the incoming breath or the neutral space. Just witness and be aware of only the outgoing breath. Let us continue.
Now, slowly, very slowly, be aware of both neutral space. When your incoming breath turns into outgoing breath, and when your outgoing breath turns into incoming breath. Be aware and witness both neutral space alone. Intensely be aware of both neutral spaces. Please continue.
Now, be aware of the incoming breath, the neutral space, outgoing breath, and neutral space again. Be unclutched. Whatever thought comes into your mind, do not connect it to anything. Don't even think that you are thinking. Even that idea comes because you connect your thoughts. Everything is just completely independent. So do not connect and do not create one more thought that you are thinking. Let us continue.
Now you can relax. And next we'll be entering into the Akashic reading on renunciation. The question: for renunciation to become part of biomemory, what are the best techniques that can be followed to keep in touch with renunciation? Answer: constantly unclutching, an attitude of sharing, brings tremendous renunciation and awakens the bio-intelligence of renunciation. When a person suffers, especially with the diseases like cancer, stomach problems, if he just develops the attitude of giving, charity, dana, cancer disappears and the person gets completely healed.
Next question on Akashic reading on renunciation. Why did the cosmos provide all the outer world beauty and pleasures if the path to enlightenment for human beings is renunciation of what the cosmos itself has provided? Answer: renunciation is of ability to continuously grow. Only a person who can grow enjoys better and better beauties provided by the cosmos. But the hangover you are carrying in your mind, out of which this question has come, that mind has stuck itself with the lower levels of joy. That is why it is questioning the very path of renunciation. When you renounce again and again, you will experience the whole world much more better way. The whole cosmos will become more and more alive to you.
Question, which is continued. Tena taktena munjitam akrita tasya siddhanam kurvavahe vijishve tamaha. By renouncing again and again, enjoy the whole cosmos is the direct instructions from cosmos to every human being. Next question. To experience death, which as you said, removes all the patterns, do we have to live also the renunciated life? Answer: when you start living a unique way of renunciation, expresses in each one of you. Do not follow others' renunciation results. Only add the attitude of renunciation inside you. However, it evolves to in your own way. Express in your own way the renunciation in unique way as you are.
Next question. Person who is brain dead but living a vegetative life on a life resuscitation for over 10 years. Does it mean nature's way of teaching renunciation to the spouse or the loved ones? Answer: you can use the situation to learn renunciation. Next question. How do I know that I'm listening to my biomemory? Answer: when you are listening to your biomemory without any pain, without any suffering, very smoothly, renunciation flowers as a natural process.
Next question. By renunciation and constant unclutching, will one's memory not become weak? Answer: by renunciation and constant unclutching, your biomemory may become weak, but your biointelligence will become strong. Your biointelligence gets awakened by constant renunciation and unclutching. Bioenergy, biointelligence is life.
Next question. How do I know that I'm listening to my biomemory? Answer. When you are listening to your biomemory without any pain, without any suffering, very smoothly, renunciation flowers as a natural process.
So this is the Akashic revelations on renunciation. So when Swamiji himself shares that Akashic revelations, Akashic readings are direct words from the cosmos, from the Akashic readings, from the Akashic archives. So with this, now let's move on to the power manifestation. And as today we are doing the power of Mahima, let's get ready to manifest the power of third eye, where in this round we'll be increasing the size of the object on your palm. In the last round, we had manifested the power of increasing the height, increasing the size of the object. Even you had kept it anywhere. So in this round, we'll be keeping the object on your palm. So let's get ready to manifest this power of Mahima. You can again take the initial measurement of the object. So please go ahead. You can use a marker or any scale to measure the size of the object. And once you have taken the initial measurement, let us know. Okay, thank you, Mani. All right, so once you have taken the initial measurement, feel Swamiji in your inner space. Cherish that sweetest moment, that sweetest moment with Swamiji that you had. Feel his deep love, his deep compassion overflowing through you. His super conscious energy showering upon you, filling your entire trillions of cells in your body. Now gently bring your awareness to your third eye and start to unclutch. Unclutch from every single thought. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, with that deep feeling connection with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's enter into the manifestation. So you can start manifesting this power, increasing the size of the object with that strong declaration. Make that a strong declaration to change the size of the object. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax now. And now requesting you to please take a moment and make a second measurement of the object. And let us know whether you were able to increase the size of the object. This was an object in your palm, so one that you had on your palm. So to start off with, we took a base measurement, a base sizing of the object. So whether we measured it with the tape or whether we just drew the outline of it on a piece of paper, we request you to use the same technique again and have a look and let us know whether you are able to increase the size of the object. Even if you are able to decrease the size of the object, that is also a successful power manifestation, because the object would not have decreased in size by itself. So any increase or decrease in the size of the object is a successful power manifestation. So please, requesting everyone to please take a moment, measure the second, make the second measurement of the object, and let us know.
Yes, and there are various examples in the history, especially when Hanuman went and this is the up the Pramana, where Hanuman was traveling to Lanka, where Devi Sita was held hostage, and he was stopped by a demon named Surasa, and the demon demanded that anyone who has to pass the ocean must first enter into the stomach of the demon, as the demon eats, and the human stressed himself, the Hanuman himself stretched himself to 10 yojans. 10 yojans, 1 yojan is approximately 7.6 miles. So Lord Hanuman stretched himself to 10 yojans. Then Hanuman further stretches his body to 30 yojans. And Sursa, who is a demon, on her own enlarged mouth to 40 yojans. And the great hero Hanuman stretched his body to 50 yojans. And the Sursa, the demon, widened her mouth to 80 yojans. And the heroic Hanuman grew up to 90 yojans, looking like a mountain. Hanuman, observing Sursa's enlarged mouth, open and dreadful like hell, with a long tail, suddenly shrunk his body to the size of a thumb. So this is the Apta Pramana from the Lord Hanuman's life. So take a moment and share your power manifestation. All right, if you are still manifesting and sharing, you can go ahead. Meanwhile, let's enter into the next session, and the next session is going to be, Swamiji will be revealing on everything and everyone is divine, whether we understand or not, whether we cognize it or not. We feel as our boundary. We feel this body as our body, but when we are in the superconscious state, we realize everything and everyone is divine. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. A beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavagam Shravana mangalam srimadadadam bhuvigrunandide buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality. Words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both. Tapta Jivanam. Kavibiriditam. Kalmashavagam. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam. Just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashavagam. Shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashramites, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on that ant hill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name that as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. They may have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different, and your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is different. The frequency in which the ant's accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India there should be an open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All we can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution, or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual. If they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them. Because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna. But it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness.
guys. Nityan, all of you. So Swami shares very beautifully all we can do in our life is to align our will to that cosmic will. Nothing more can be done. When we raise our frequency to that cosmic frequency, nothing else can be done. There's no logic that can explain why things are happening at our level. Like Swami very beautifully explains at the logic of ants. When you just watch, you're moving with the car and you just move to the ant hill, and ant hill get destroyed. There's no logic. Uh, the ants might be thinking of some reason, some logic, but any logic, their logic is different, and the actual happening is different. In the same way, our logic is different, and the cosmic will, cosmic frequency is totally different. All we can do in our life is to raise our frequency and align our will to that cosmic will.
All right, so now let us move on to an internalization exercise. Waking up to the truth is surrender. So giving the general power of attorney, or GPA, to Mahadeva. So let us get into this exercise, internalization exercise. We'll be taking a few minutes to make a conscious declaration and writing it down 3 times. So to surrender, to wake up to the truth, and to surrender. To wake up to the truth is surrender. So I'll just read it out first, then I'll ask everyone to please write it down 3 times to make this conscious declaration, to make this a conscious decision, declaration. So the declaration itself, the general power of attorney to Mahadeva, to Paramashiva, is: whether I understand and appreciate or not, whether I understand or not, appreciate or not, what my life needs to go through, how I need to experience the flow of life and the law of life in the ultimate intelligence of you, Mahadeva. Your third eye. From your third eye, when you see how I should be with the flow of life and the law of life, let that become reality. Whether I understand or not, accept it or not, appreciate or not, ready to receive or not, I am giving you the whole GPA, the general power of attorney, now itself. So we'll be displaying this slide for you all, and requesting everyone to please take a few minutes and write this down, and write it down 3 times. And it is important that you write it 3 times, because then it really sinks in, and you really, so you make it the conscious decision, the conscious declaration. Writing it 3 times, it really sinks in, and it gets into your system. So requesting everyone, take a moment, take a few minutes and write this down 3 times. So 3 times, please write it down. Let's go. So you can relax now. So I hope we all have a chance to write this down, to surrender to Mahadeva, to Paramashiva. Whether we understand or not, appreciate it or not, we need to understand that Paramashiva is the ultimate intelligence, is by far the most powerful, the most intelligent being in this cosmos. So by giving the general power of attorney, we align ourselves with this higher intelligence. So just like Swamiji has talked in the revelations just prior, the best thing that we can do is align ourselves to the higher intelligence. We can't understand it. We probably won't understand it. We might try, but whether we understand or not, appreciate it or not, we surrender to this higher intelligence. We align ourselves to this higher intelligence, and we run with the flow of cosmos, with this intelligence. It is the best thing that we can do, the best thing for us and for the cosmos.
So this we have will be now entering into the power manifestation, and as today we are doing the power of Mahima. In this round, we'll be increasing the size of the object which is away from you. See, in the first round, we increase the size of the object which is close to you. Second round, we increase the size of the object which is you kept it on your palm. In this round, you'll be keeping the object away from you, maybe in the next room or even at few meters, few feet, and even far away. So let's take an object, measure the size of the object. And once you have, actually you can use an object which you have used in the 2 rounds. So you already know the size of the object. Or you can take any other small object and measure the size of the object and keep it away from you. So let's take a moment. And once you have kept the object away from you, let us know, we'll be entering into the manifestation through the conscious declaration. When we align our will to Swamiji's will, when we align our will to that cosmic will, simply power starts manifesting. So now sit with your head, neck, spine, and straight line. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. His infinite grace showering upon you. His deep love and compassion overflowing through you. Now bring your awareness to your Agnya Chakra, the seat of willpower. When your individual will aligns to cosmic will, simply pause, manifest. So start to unclutch from every single thought, all the logics that we have. Just unclutch. Just unclutch. Go on unclutching. And now let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. With this deep feeling connection with Bhagavan, declare the change of the size of the object. And with this, let's enter into this manifestation of increasing the size of the object which is far away from you. So let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now slowly, very slowly, you can relax and go ahead and have the second measurement. The second measurement of the weight of the object which you have kept at a far distance. So please go ahead and take the measurement of the size of the object. Yes, please go ahead. And let us know, compare it with the initial measurement that you have taken, and let us know what was the result. Whether it is increased or decreased, or even if there's no change, we can go ahead and share.
Please understand these powers come from the space of oneness with the divine, from the space of oneness with Swamiji, who is the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. It is through this oneness, this feeling connection, that, in fact, it is Swamiji that manifests through us, through this feeling connection. So it is important also that we unclutch before we get into the power manifestation. So just unclutch from any thoughts, any emotions, any worries, any distractions. Just unclutch from everything, internal or external, because that will only cloud the mind. That will only cloud the feeling connection that you have to Paramashiva, to Swamiji. So it's important that we unclutch, and by unclutching, we go to a space of restful awareness. And in this space of restful awareness is where we find this connection to our true self and to Paramashiva. And it is important to understand that the mind has no effect. The mind has nothing to do with these power manifestations. So we can put it aside. We can put the mind aside. We can unclutch from anything and everything, and just concentrate on this feeling connection, kindle this feeling connection that you have to Swamiji, and through Swamiji to Paramashiva. This space of oneness with Swamiji. Understand that we are all Paramashiva. We don't fully cognize it, but we are Paramashiva. That is why we have access to Paramashiva's powers. So again and again, every time something comes up in the mind, just unclutch from it. Unclutch from everything, whether it's worries, whether it's distractions, whether it's whatever it might be, whether it's your legs are being itchy for some reason, or perhaps the cat is meowing, or whatever it might be. Just unclutch from it and come back to this space of oneness, this space of restful awareness. This is how powers manifest. From this feeling connection, this space of oneness with Paramashiva. Everything else is not reality. Everything else will not take you on this journey of power manifestation. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us move on to the next segment, the next revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Bhakti, and more importantly, how Bhakti is blocked, how Bhakti is stopped. So requesting everyone, let us come to the space of listening. Sit comfortably with a head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let us give our full attention to Swamiji as he shares his infinite wisdom on this very topic.
Say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. He says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, see, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of death, still you have the hope for life, hanging on to life. So if you are clinging or hanging on to life, how can enlightenment happen to you? I tell you, the moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. The moment you are ready to face the death, you are free from death. Enlightenment can stay in your body now without causing the extremities associated to it. You can see very clearly, she was already ready. See, in Sati's body she gets Satori, in Parvati's body she gets enlightenment, in Meenakshi's body she is an incarnation. What makes Sati into Parvati and Parvati to Meenakshi? Understand, non-clinging to life. Non-clinging to life. Stop clinging to life. All hopes are hopelessness. Get more and more comfortable with your insecure imaginations. Please understand. I wanted this to be one of the important understanding for all my disciples and followers. Get more and more comfortable with your uncomfortable fear fantasies, uncomfortable insecurity thoughts, uncomfortable insecurity imaginations. For example, if you have wealth, suddenly you will think, oh, if some thief comes and steals everything, what will they do? Or there are some other, but nowadays the fear of small thieves have disappeared. Fear of big thief means the government. Now the whole thing collapsing, economy melting down. What is the economy melting down? The larger thief stealing everybody's wealth by wrong policies and corruption. So you have fear. If the whole thing melts down, what will I do? Where will I be? How will I be? See, everybody constantly has these insecurity imaginations. Especially early morning before you wake up from the bed. Either you will have the deep insecurity imaginations or fantasies. This too only wakes you up from the bed early morning. Of course, about fantasies, with fantasies already you are comfortable. But these insecurity imaginations, start getting comfortable with that. Okay. Now you are there. That does not mean you are going to become reality. Your ability to get comfortable with insecurity imagination makes your nervous system ripe enough to hold the highest experiences. Understand? This is the only way Sati becomes Parvati, Parvati becomes Meenakshi. Your ability to handle very beautifully in one place in Shiva Sutras, Mahadeva says, living in utter insecurity is living enlightenment. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination. Only the people whose nerves have become comfortable with the insecurity imaginations have achieved highest things on the planet Earth, whether it is in the outer world or in the inner world. People whose nervous system cannot handle the insecurity imaginations, I tell you, when I declared a few days before a new understanding for our Sangha, you do whatever is your maximum capacity. I tell you, when Buddha gave sannyas to women, of course, I am not against giving sannyas to women, I am all for it. But Buddha knows human beings. He says when he gave sannyas to women and made them also part of the Sangha, he says, I reduced the longevity and purity of my Sangha. Because after him, there will be too much of men exploiting women and women exploiting men. It's not that only men exploit women, women also exploit men. In both ways. I have seen. Oh, anyhow, it's like different ways, not just the guru-disciple relationship. In so many ways, it's men and women exploiting each other. He knows, as long as he's in the body, that won't happen. The moment he leaves the body, it is going to happen. He says he reduced the purity and longevity of the Sangha. I tell you, when I said be honest to yourself, I felt exactly the same after I leave the body. Of course, as long as I am in the body, I will be going on inspiring you guys. And you will again and again, true to your honest capability and true to your core, all that will continuously happen as long as I am in the body. After that, this law, this understanding, I know, is going to create people who are lazy, dull, dead, enemies to enlightenment. I don't know how people are going to handle those beings at that time. When I am in the body, we will handle. Still, I do not know how you guys are going to handle. Of course, none of you are going to be in the body. I am going to be living for quite a long time. I am saying, the next generation, maybe your third generation only is going to be the last generation I will be seeing. Then next generation, your fourth generation only is going to be my successors. Because the moment I say be honest to yourself, be true to your capacity, you don't even know your capacity. You will completely get comfortable with your lifestyle. See, by the word, through the word productivity, I was constantly making you get comfortable with your insecure imaginations. You see, with the word productivity and with that scale, with that idea, constantly you are made to live in that, get comfortable with your insecurity imagination of, that is the ultimate insecurity. If I lose master, what will I do? That's the ultimate insecurity. But only when you get comfortable with those insecurity imaginations, your nerves become strong to hold the highest Kundalini awakening. When you say, okay, if at one day if I am kicked out, it is okay, but now I am going to imbibe whatever best and maximum I can. Only with this coming to terms with the reality, your nervous system becomes so strong, and you imbibe completely, maximum whatever you need to imbibe. When that insecurity never becomes part of your life, you are going to be standing in rain with a raincoat, an umbrella. Not even a drop of rain is going to touch you. I am showering like a rain. You stand with an umbrella and raincoat, which is called security. The secured feeling and the secured thought trend. No. Swamiji already said, you be honest to your capacity. This thought trend is going to be more like a raincoat and umbrella. Now, I only have to inspire you continuously. Anyhow, I am opening up and presenting the whole philosophy in front of you. How this Rajendra Kumar describes, I feel it is worth dying for this experience. When this thought trend becomes part of your system, your nervous system gets the strength to experience and hold the highest Kundalini awakening. Then your system becomes alive. I tell you, to prepare you for this level is the incarnation's job. That is my job. Nothing else. Rajendra Kumar is beautifully putting it. I should first become a candle and burn for you and disappear in your eternal light. That too would not be enough. I tell you, the moment I brought this attitude in you, my job as a great incarnation has happened. I have done to you. You are done with me. I am done with you now. Now, simply the cosmos will enter you and your system is ready to hold that experience. It is all about nothing but making you comfortable. You see, how comfortable you are with your greed-based fantasies. Same way you need to be comfortable with your fear-based imaginations. For example, that early morning, sometime when you have that greed-based fantasies, how comfortable you don't even want to get out of it. But somehow this foolish alarm rings only at that moment. How comfortable your whole nervous system is with that greed-based fantasies. To the same level, your nervous system should be comfortable and joyful, relaxed with your fear-based fantasies, fear-based insecurity thoughts. You say, oh, how can it be? You are saying nightmare and sweet dream should be same? Yes. Because both is from you. You are the source. Whether it is a sweet dream or nightmare, you are the source. You are the creator. My whole job is making your nervous system comfortable with your nightmare also, the same way your sweet dreams are comfortable. How you are comfortable with your sweet dreams, to that same way I should make you comfortable with your nightmares. Then my job is done. Then your body is ready for the highest Kundalini experience. Then I have completed the job of carving a yogic body and Vedic mind. So Rajendra Kumar, depth of inspiration in you all means the ability to handle, to get comfortable with the insecurity. I myself should have gone through the whole thing in front of your eyes. I should say in 2012, some of the asuras tried to invade the Biddi campus. I went through that. Only then you will stand. You will understand, yes, what he says is true. He did not have nervous breakdown. And he stood. His most insecurity imaginations have been a very comfortable flow in him. He was completely comfortable with the sweet dreams and nightmares, insecurity imaginations and extraordinary expression of spiritual energy. See, morning somebody does Pada Puja saying, "Oh, embodiment of all gods and goddesses." In next few hours, somebody says he is a criminal and we are going to put him in prison. And you need a nervous system which is completely comfortable with both, which does not lead to nervous breakdown. Understand? Both can lead to nervous breakdown. It is not that only insecurity, even too much of respect. Suddenly, you see, in your house, the people who live around you suddenly starts respecting you like a god. What will happen to you? You will go crazy. In 2 days you will go mad. You will become loose. You will say, no, I am ordinary. Whether fear or greed, disrespect or respect, both can make you crazy. Your nervous system won't be able to handle. And if both are happening at a time, just today, one side the 15 international media has published about our diabetes kriya. 15 international magazines and 4 third-rate journals in Tamil Nadu have published articles putting so many nonsensical allegations on me. Both happening in same way, same time. You will become mad. If your nervous system is not strong enough. I tell you, preparing your nervous system strong enough to hold the fantasies of greed and imaginations of insecurity. Early morning, if you are lying and imagining some sweet dreams, if this person lives with me, if I am with that person and that kind of house and car and bungalow, money, how I will. Whether you are drooling or shaking, suddenly some dream, tiger is chasing you and a huge python is trying to swallow you, or you lost all the money in your share market, your net worth has melted down. I tell you, the real your net worth, which can never melt down, is inner awakening. Your any other net worth will melt down. That is why I tell you, have some asset which will not melt down. Your capability. See, it is not that easy. You can hide and cover up your fears and insecurity and live your life. Your stomach will get churned. You will have diarrhea. This time in the prison, the jailer was the head of the jail. He became very friendly with me. He was a devoted person. I have never seen a jailer falling at the feet of an accused. The moment I was taken inside the jail, the first thing he looked around, and when there was no media camera, he fell flat at my feet. I was shocked. Oh God, what is going on? I blessed him, be blissful. And he was not even getting up. He said, put your hand on my head and bless Swamiji, only then I will get up. I blessed him. He says, I was so happy the moment they said they are bringing you here. I said, what do you mean? He was telling, you are my guest. I am going to take care of you. Come on. Then he told me, I read all your books. I have seen your YouTube discourses. I always wanted to come and see you in the ashram. You came here to grace me. I said, okay. I don't want any more jailers praying for my darshan. And he said, please accept my hospitality. But the guy was really nice. It's not that easy to hide the insecurity if it is there inside. Understand? Some of the media, they questioned me in the press meet. Are you trying to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling? I told them, why don't you try? Why don't you try? Try to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling. Let me see how much you are successful. You need a special nervous system through which the current of insecurity and the current of future possibility both can flow. I tell you, when you are always in the peak, means the future, this side is also possible and that side is also possible. Only then you are alive. I tell you, somebody may think I am a good guy, somebody may think I am a bad guy, but I can tell you about me, I am a living guy. I am alive. The extreme good, what can happen? Being worshipped by people as the God while in the body. I have seen that extreme. And the same way, the other extreme, being abused with all the lies and false allegations, constantly being tortured, disrespected. I have seen this extreme. And both waves could not make any pattern in my nervous system. Birds don't leave footprints in the space. Same way, both does not leave any footprints in my nervous system. Only buffaloes leave strong footprint in the mud. If your inner space, if your nervous system is more like a mud, only buffaloes walk in that and leave a strong footprint. You can see. In the mud, when the buffaloes leave, footprints are formed, and then when it dries in the sun, it is frozen. It's dried. It becomes permanent. Mud is your weak nervous system. Buffalo is the experiences happening on you. When the sun is exposed to that footprint, it becomes like a solid stone of drying up. Life's various other experiences are the sun's exposure to that footprint, so it becomes a permanent pattern in you. But if your inner space is like a sky, all the experiences of the extremities, either the experience of fear or the experience of greed, flows in you, flies in you like a bird. You can see the buffalo's footprint. If you are a mud, you carry only this. If your inner space is like a air, ether, every experience is like a bird which does not leave any footprint. I tell you, take this up like a samyama, meditation, getting comfortable with your extreme fantasies, positive and negative. Please understand. Your extreme fantasies, positive. Your extreme fantasies, negative. Both. Get comfortable. Yes, if that happens, if that is the way things happen, what can be done? Okay, next. Next. That's it. And I still remember the jailer asked me, Swamiji, you are not suffering. Why are you trying to fast? I said, fasting I am doing just to put it on record about my resistance. That what they are doing is illegal. The international media is watching. And the history is going to record. Not only I am arrested, how I responded to the arrest. Not only I was persecuted, how I responded to my persecution. So I need to put it on record. I need to create the right history. I am not suffering. Is part of my spiritual history. But I did not budge. I recorded my opposition and resistance is going to be the part of my social history. To face any extreme, you will not be affected by any extreme. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. But as long as you are not ready to die, death is waiting for you. You need to die. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die.
Yes, Nityananda. After this beautiful video with powerful insights into what prevents bhakti, where Swamiji described how our cognitions and our exposure to the world make us hard like a stone with the imprints that life has put on us. So actually, let us see how we can break up these formations and become soft again, malleable to life. So first, let us enter into an internalization exercise where we're going to have multiple steps to reflect on what we are actually devoted to. Understand what you are devoted to. You become that, is the message of harness the power of feeling connection. Take a few moments and pen down what you are devoted to. Which 11 powerful cognitions inspire your life and empower your feeling connection with Swamiji. So first we're going to start reflecting on what we truly feel devoted to in our life. Consider the people, principles, or practices that inspire your passion and commitment. Think about Swamiji's teachings and how they resonate with you. Ask yourself, what values or teachings from Swamiji do I feel most connected to? You see, some of the teachings of Swamiji especially click with you. Some things you can especially identify yourself with. Things that really grew your connection to Swamiji, where it is not a struggle where you need to rinse and repeat and train yourself to follow the teachings. Some aspects of Swamiji's teachings that just click, and you basically already felt that this was your cognition about life all along. But now Someone actually said it. Someone put it into words for you to cognize it consciously. Look in and see, what is it that you truly feel devoted to in your life? So let us get ready. We're going to project the slide. If you have any questions or doubts about this exercise, let us know. And make sure to pen this down. Have your pen and paper with you. Swamiji always puts the emphasis on writing things down, especially physically. It just has its own quality. So let's take a few moments and start penning down exactly what we are truly devoted to. Look in what ways do these teachings influence your daily life? For example, I'm devoted to serving my community and upholding values of compassion and empathy. I feel a strong connection to Swamiji's teachings about inner peace and self-realization. Whatever it is that resonates with you the most, pen that down. Whatever truly inspires you and moves you, pen that down.
Yes, now let us move on. Let us identify the powerful cognitions, the 11 powerful cognitions that inspire and empower you in your life. These cognitions should reflect what you hold dear and how you wish to embody those values. Focus on the insights derived from your reflection and Swamiji's teaching. So once again, identify 11 powerful cognitions and write these down. The 11 powerful cognitions that inspire and empower you in your life. They should reflect what you hold dear and how you wish to embody those values. Let us now continue.
Now pen down the cognitions. Write down your 11 powerful cognitions 3 times. This repetition reinforces the ideas in your mind and helps solidify your connection to them. You can format it in a list or sentences as you prefer. Just pen down the 11 powerful cognitions 3 times. Please go ahead. Yes. I hope all of you have completed this internalization exercise. And if you would like to share your powerful cognitions, please go ahead. You can do so in the chat. For now, let us get ready to move into the next round of today's power manifestation, as we are manifesting one of the Ashtamaha Shaktis, the 8 great powers. We're manifesting the power of Mahima, which is increasing in size. We are going to manifest another round. Already we've been manifesting various different rounds of this power. So requesting all the participants to please settle down and also come back on camera. Many of the participants are currently not visible on camera. So Ma Jima, Ma Su Wei Ping, Ma Parabrahma Sarupini, Weng Chi, Sin Aya. There's one person called Huawei. Please rename yourself. Whoever's joining from a phone, please check whether your name is correct. And then we have Ma Kelly Wang also. Please switch on your cameras and join us for the power manifestation.
Yes. So once all of you are ready, we request you to select an object that we will be increasing in size. So increasing the object in size on your partner's palm. So requesting also, so after you've decided on an object, also have someone around with you, someone that's there with you that can take part in this power manifestation, that is willing to take part, of course, and ask them to hold the object in their palm, and we will be affecting the size of the object in their palm. So requesting once again, if you could reach out to a partner, reach out to a friend, to a family member, anyone that you have nearby. Now, if you don't have anyone nearby, then you can do it again in your own palm once again. But if you do have people nearby, it is important. It is much better to have, because as we progress through, we're going higher and higher, harder and harder levels. So the idea is that you build more confidence that, yes, you can do this power manifestation, no matter what difficulty it is. Every different aspects of this power manifestation is still the same power manifestation. So whether it is in your hand, in someone else's hand, whether it is in front of you, or 50 miles away, 50 kilometers away, whatever it might be, it is still the same power. And by progressing through these levels, you get the confidence that you can do it anyway, anywhere. So that's why it's important. If you can get a partner, a third person, please, a second person, please do so.
Yes, Swamiji shared that you should be so comfortable with the power manifestation as if you're using your own 2 hands. So in your day-to-day life, you're using your hands without question, whether it is difficult to use your hands, what is it even possible for me to use my hands? No, of course, you can pick up objects, you can do so many things by using your hands. Swamiji also shared that once you have that, once you're comfortably established in the power manifestation, you should even be able to manifest the powers in your sleep. Even while dreaming, you should be able to manifest the powers, because fundamentally this dream state is nothing different than this waking state. It's from the same material. So even while sleeping, you should be able to simply manifest the powers, remain conscious the whole night, and manifest the powers in all the different states of consciousness. So what we are doing here by having those various levels is just giving a twist to it. Many times we expect, oh, the power has to happen in this particular way. Actually, there is much more. There are way more possibilities of things that we can manifest with our will than what we expect. So to break the ideas and concepts about power manifestation, that is why we are manifesting various different variations. So still many of you have not switched on your camera. Please settle down and get ready.
All right, once you're ready, let us sit comfortably on the floor with the legs crossed. So if you can't sit on the floor, then you can always sit on a chair, but please make sure that you are comfortable. Make sure you are comfortable so your mind doesn't play tricks and distract you from this power manifestation. So as we've mentioned in the past, the mind will only get in the way. It is not through the mind that powers manifest. It is through the feeling connection, through the oneness, space of oneness with Paramashiva, space of oneness with Swamiji, who is the embodiment of Paramashiva. So it is important that you are comfortable so the mind doesn't start thinking, hey, I'm uncomfortable, you should move, I want you to move, I want you to do this or that. So let's get comfortable. If you can sit comfortably on the floor, cross-legged, please do so. If not, you can sit on the chair as well, that's fine, but be comfortable. And also requesting everyone, please keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. It is important for the free movement of the Kundalini energy. So let us sit comfortably, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes to minimize distractions. And let us visualize Swamiji in our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center. And just take a moment and feel the oneness, the feeling connection to Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha, your inner space. Feel the love and compassion radiating from Swamiji, from your inner space. Feel your whole body getting flooded with this superconscious energy that Swamiji is radiating, elevating you to higher and higher levels of consciousness. Now let us move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra. And just gently, don't strain yourself, just gently, as you visualize Swamiji in your third eye, look through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, you find an energetic connection that is from Swamiji's third eye into your third eye. Feel that energy in your third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya to further strengthen this feeling connection to Swamiji. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting the Mahavakya. From this space of oneness with Swamiji, make a strong declaration to affect the size of the object in your partner's palm. Make it a strong declaration, strong desire, strong statement of intent. It's the only thing that is alive, the only that is reality, the only reality that we are willing to entertain. Nothing else can be real, just our intention to affect the size of the object in your partner's palm. Make it a strong declaration, strong statement, strong intention to affect the size of the object in your partner's palm. So from all of these, in the space of oneness with Swamiji, and from this strong declaration that you have just made, let us now start manifesting this power of Mahima. Let's begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax now. And take a moment and let us take the second measurement of the object on your partner's palm. So if you have reached out to a partner and measured the object initially, affected the size of the object, let us now take the second measurement and compare to the first measurement. If you couldn't reach out to another partner, to another person, then obviously you would have been doing it just in your own palm. So once again, just take the second measurement and let us know how you went. Compare the two measurements and let us know the difference. Were you able to increase it? Or was there no increase at all? Or perhaps it was decreased. That is also a power manifestation, because the object itself does not change size just by itself. So it's still a successful power manifestation. So take a moment and share with us. So once again, whether you increased, decreased, or are yet to manifest this power. Let's take a moment and share. Also requesting Ma Shima, Ma Shu Wei Ping, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Wen Chi Qing, sorry if I mispronounced the name, and also Ma Kaylee Wang. If you could all please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame itself. Be available for yourself and for this program. As Swamiji says, what you put in is what you get out. So if you take part in every part of the program, you are more likely to get 100% from the program. So whatever you put in is what you get out. All right, so if you're still sharing, continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us prepare ourselves to go forward into the next segment, which is once again a powerful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, in this video, we're going to learn about surrender in relationships. So be in a space of deep listening and restful awareness as Swamiji is revealing the Satya, the cosmic truths to all of us. Let's begin.
Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness, you will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. You don't have to choose between this line and that line. You don't have to take choice. Please be very clear. Only when you experience the choicelessness. When I say choicelessness, I don't mean you will not choose anything. You will choose everything. You will have everything. When I say surrender, I do not mean the dead surrender. I have seen so many people saying, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God. I surrendered everything to divine. I surrendered everything to existence. But you will see it will be only in the level of words, not in the level of reality, not in the level of existence. People make funny statements. Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God, but just please bless me so that I should have a good job. I should have a little more paying job. As of now I have this job, but if you can bless me to have a little better job, it will be really nice. Please be very clear. Our surrender is pseudo. Our surrender is pseudo. Before making any statement, be very clear about what you are speaking. Sometimes we make statements without even knowing the meaning. So many people, they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to you. Please give me a little mental peace. I tell them, please come for one meditation program. No, 2 days I cannot afford. Just now they said they have surrendered everything to me, and they say, I cannot afford 2 days. Sometimes we make statements without knowing the situation or the reality. Small story. One journalist, a reporter, he saw a crowd gathered around an accident in the road. He tried his best to get in, to see. He is not able to. He suddenly started shouting, oh, my son is got in the accident. Please give me the way, give me the way. He started shouting. People all gave way. He just went near and saw one donkey was lying in front of the car. There was a donkey in front of the car. Please be very clear. Before making any statement, know the situation. Without knowing, when you make statement, you are the person who is going to suffer. With the surrender also, we make statements without knowing the truth. With the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. You explode in all the directions. You just experience horizontal line and vertical line and something more, which you have never imagined. You will experience the different dimensions of your own being. When I say surrender, I don't mean you need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to some other God, some other guru. Of course, God or guru is just a symbol. You don't have to surrender to that God or that guru. Just surrender to your own consciousness, your own inner space. But you never respect or trust your inner space. That is why in the initial level you need God, you need guru. The other day, somebody was asking, Swamiji, if I surrender to you, what should I do? I said, if you really surrender to me, you will not have that question, what should I do? You will be simply guided from within. You will be simply guided from within. People come and ask me, yes Swamiji, I surrendered everything, now what should I do? When you really surrender, you will not have this very question. The very question will not exist. Simply, you will surrender the whole being. When you are completely surrendered, you will see your intuition or the divine intelligence automatically guides you. As long as you have doubts, be very clear, you have not surrendered. You have not surrendered. Here, Krishna says beautifully about the surrender. Adhishtanam tadakarta karanam cha pratakvitam vividascha pratakseshta daivam chaivatra panjamam. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the Paramatman. These are the 5 factors of action. Here he says the factors of action. And the next step, Tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pashyat krita buddhitvan sapashyadi durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Now he gives the exact technology of surrender. In these 2 sloka, these 2 sloka can be called as stotra and shastra and sutra. Shastra means which shows you the goal. Stotra means which is out of devotion. Sutra means which gives you the technology. In these 2 sloka, he gives you the exact technology of surrender. Understand? Whatever you think as you is totality of so many things, and individually everything is responsible for something, but suddenly you start thinking you are responsible for the whole thing. You are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. That is where the trouble starts. And he gives the technology how to experience the deeper levels of surrender. 3 levels of surrender exist. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you have suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you start experiencing one or two things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the Masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Krishna says, if you trusted your senses, you would have at the most had good eyes. You would have seen the black crow as black crow and white crow as white crow. That's not a big deal. We are all seeing that way only. And that's not a big deal. Because you trusted me more than your senses, you have become enlightened. You are liberated. And he has experienced the truth of Krishna. Understand? The truth of Krishna consciousness is experienced by surrendering the senses. Not just by intellect, not just by emotion, but by surrendering the very root of intellect and emotion, the senses, which supplies the data. The source of the data itself is surrendered. You receive all the information about you through senses. Please understand, you do not know about you. You respect yourself only by the data which you collected through the senses. If somebody says you are beautiful, you enter, you put the entry in your book, I am beautiful by so and so. If somebody says you are intelligent, then you put that entry, I am intelligent by so and so. If somebody says you are tall, dark and handsome, you put that tall, dark and handsome by so and so. If somebody says you are dumb, then you put I am dumb by so and so. The end of the day, you put all the things together and see the report, survey. You just see the survey report. Then you come to the conclusion, 72% of the people say, I am intelligent. And next, 20% they say, I am dumb. There are few remaining people who don't want to say any words, who is not interested in any opinion. So understand whether you remember, whether you understand this way or that way. The end of the day, you see the survey report and you decide the gist of the report is you. When 70% people say, I think 70% may not be fools. I must be intelligent. You come to the conclusion about you only by others' opinions. Whole day you are in signature campaign. Continuously you are taking survey. You go around, please tell me something about me. Please tell something about me. You are continuously doing the signature campaign. Here Krishna says, surrender the very senses which gives you an idea about what you are. When you surrender the very root which gives you an idea about who you are, you will naturally experience you are neither body nor mind as you are suggested or advised, made to believe by the society. As long as you believe the senses, you will be believing your body and mind. Only when you believe the Master's words, when you trust the Master's words more than your senses, you realize the truth that you are divine. One side, all your senses are sitting and telling you you are body and mind. The other side, Master is telling you you are divine and you are in bliss. You are consciousness beyond body and mind. Now it is up to us what we are going to choose. If you believe the senses, you can't believe the Master. If you believe the Master, you can't believe the senses. Whether you are surrendered to your senses or surrendered to the Master will be decided based on your way of life. It is up to you to surrender to the Master or surrender to the senses. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened, you are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth. You experience the truth. Understand? We usually play with the words. Again and again, we play with the words. Whenever you play with the words, at least let you be aware you are playing with the words. I have seen people going and telling, Swamiji, I surrendered to Krishna my whole life. I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. My whole life I surrendered to Shiva. Please bless me that my life should be happy. Understand, if you are really surrendered, you will never even ask that my life should be happy. And people come and ask me, I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. I surrendered to Krishna. Should I do meditation camp, Swamiji? Please be very clear. If you are really surrendered, you don't need meditation camp. But as long as you have doubt, should I do the meditation camp or not, you need. If you have the idea that should I do or not, be very clear, surrender has not still happened. The moment you surrender, you disappear. There is a beautiful verse in Tamil. Let me explain the idea, then I will quote the verse. When you surrender I and mind to the divine, when you give I and mind to the existence, the Parashakti existence, he gives his I and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge, becomes one and the same, it becomes joint account. You have nothing to lose. Ordinarily, as long as you think the body and mind and being is yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Sogamayam. Sariram Rogamayam, body is filled with diseases. Manas Sogamayam, mind is continuously depressed. What we have to surrender? Nothing except the body filled with disease and the mind filled with depression. When you drop that two at the feet of the divine, he gives his body and his mind. Sariram Devamayam, Mana Sukamayam, and Atma Anandamayam. You get the third thing, Atma Anandamayam, free offer. When you offer the body and mind of yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manas Sogamayam, he gives you Sariram Devamayam, Manas Sukamayam, Atma Anandamayam. And there is a beautiful verse. Ramana Maharshi, he sings about the Arunachala. Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolo Arunachala. The translation is, I gave me to you, but got you as in return. Who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent? Understand, in surrender you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Surrender is not like giving up something. I am not saying give up all your properties. No. Give up all whatever you have. No. Nothing is necessary. Keep everything with you. And just don't internalize them in your system. Just take care. You are not internalizing you. Only one thing. Don't judge you based on your properties. You are far more higher than what you think you are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are far more higher than all these things put together. As long as you are judging yourself based on all these things, you will be internalizing all these things in your being. All these things will be a major points. All these things will be the center of your life. All these things will be pulling and pushing you. You will not have you for your being. As long as these are the factors of your life, as long as these are the centers of your life, your bank balance, your relationship, your name and fame, be very clear, your life will be pulled and pushed by all these things. You are something far more higher than all these things put together. The whole thing you need to understand. Just do not internalize all these things in your being. Understand you are something beyond. The moment you wake up to the truth, you cannot be just divided. You cannot be just put into one frame based on all these ideas of your balance, your bank balance, your relationship, your attitudes, your name and fame. Only these few things cannot judge you. I am something far more higher than all these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you are surrendered. One bubble started thinking, I am an individual. I should become a strong bubble. Within that few seconds, it started thinking. Not only started thinking, started collecting other small 2-3 bubbles. And started getting one big bubble, you are my wife, support. Another one big bubble, hey, you are my son, support this side. You are my father, support this side. It started collecting some 10-12 bubbles and tried to save himself, tried to protect himself, and got 2-3 sand pieces or the small piece of sand from the beach, and he started telling, these are all my properties, these are all my treasures, this is my bank balance, this is my relationships, let me protect all of them. He tried to create a fence to protect his treasures and his relationships. How long he can play this game? For 2-3 more seconds before he even finishes his game, simply will disappear into the ocean. When he was created, or when he existed, when he has disappeared, all the 3 moments, he is not away from the ocean, even though he claims himself being away from the ocean, even though he thinks he is an individual, even though he says, I have all this bank balance, I have all this relationship, I have so many people around me, I have so many things around me. Understand, the whole thing will disappear in 1 second into the ocean back. Same way, in this universal consciousness, you just exist, or you think you exist as an individual being for a few seconds. In that few seconds, you catch somebody as father, mother, son, brother, and you catch all of them, and you feel safe, and you catch little bank balance, and you feel secured. And in the end, because of all these things, from all their opinions, you collect an idea about you, and you think you are that bubble. You play the game, suddenly the whole thing disappears. Please understand, before your game started, while you are playing the game, and after you end the game, whether you understand or not, realize it or not, experience or not, you are God, you belong to ocean, you are existence. Even though you think you are an individual self, even though you play the game and you start legally registering, these 2 bubbles are married and these 2 square feet is my land. You go to registrar bubble who is sitting there for 2-3 more years extra, and there's a big bubble. He claims, I am the ruler of this country. This area, anybody wants to register their land, they have to come to me. And among the bubbles there is an understanding. You will not hit me directly, I will not hit you directly, you will not take away my bubble, I will not take away your bubble. You have some understanding. The whole drama goes on. Whole thing is going on. Suddenly in single shana, in one moment, the whole thing is back again into the ocean. When I say surrender, just wake up to the truth. You are in ocean. When you are born, when you think you are individual self, or after enlightenment. In all these 3 times, you are
Yes, welcome back. So, wonderful revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now move on to the next segment, which is the internalization exercise on how to surrender. So we've been through the revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this very topic. So now let us see the internalization exercise itself.
So first, what is the source of ego and arrogance? The I you experience is from mind. But due to the delusion of the lust, you start feeling the mind is from the I and constantly trying to legitimize decisions of the mind as the decisions of the I. Swamiji said, if you are established in I, it is the pure consciousness, the aham, I am, is a Paramashivoham. Mine is the ego, possessiveness, the idea of ownership, and from there all the drama starts. So look in, how often are you attributing your decisions of mine to the decisions of the I? For example, some small chemical imbalances in your body, hormonal imbalances in your system. If they decide something, it is decision of mine, not decision of I. But you pick those decisions and attributes and attribute them to you and start thinking it is a decision of I, and then you execute them. So look in where you have misidentified the decisions made from mine as the decision made from I, as an individual. It is actually based on whatever you have already accumulated, your patterns, your karmas. So if you have any questions about this internalization exercise, let us know. If you need more examples, please go ahead and ask. We would love to help you. But for now, let us get ready to enter into this exercise.
Yes. So how to go past the ego? How to go past the arrogance and incompletions of I and mine? Swamiji gives us a few different ways of doing so. First of all, don't own anything. Nothing can be the reason for your cognition of I. So when you don't own anything, you cannot have anything labeled as mine. Your I has to be just dependent on the I, and the mind cannot be the foundation ground for the I. So once again, don't own anything. Step number two, or second way, is the biggest delusion that you need to handle in this life. There is something other than you. That is the biggest delusion. There is nothing but you. There is nothing else. We are all Paramashiva. Everything is inclusive. Everything is part of ourselves. We are part of Paramashiva. We are part of everything. Everything is a reflection of ourselves. Everything is another part of ourselves. So the biggest delusion that we need to handle in this life is that there is something separate, something other than you. Next, renounce the idea of I and mine and just celebrate whatever is. So we no longer look at things that we label as mine. We no longer look at the idea, the concept of I. Just accept everything and celebrate everything that is. Celebrate the isness of everything, the purposelessness of everything. Number 4, everything is part of you, so be part of it. So related to the second step, where we said there's nothing other than you, everything is part of you, and as such, you have to be part of it. You are part of it. So see yourself in everything else and see everything else in you. Number 5, go on. Let every decision you make, let every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every action that you do, let it be based on Advaita, on oneness. Oneness with the cosmos, oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with everything.
Yes, now we're going to have another step for this internalization exercise. With these powerful cognitions, now write down in which areas of your life are you experiencing a continuous pull, and how does it impact your inner space? Write down what all opinions others have expressed about you. Decide to surrender the whole thing. So whatever areas of your life you feel a pull based on I and mine, whether you feel you have to do something, you have to work for something, you have to react in a certain way because something you have or something you are, whatever it is, write down what all opinions others have expressed about you and decide to surrender the whole thing. Many times when people utter words about us, we feel misidentified. We feel that the people have a wrong opinion about us. What is a great mirror for us to go beyond the ideas of I and mine that we already carry. So let us enter into this exercise. And as always, if you have any questions or doubts, please let us know so we can help you in this internalization exercise. Let's begin.
Yes, you can relax now. And now let us move on to the next segment in our program for today, which is once again the power manifestation. And today's power of the third eye, we have the power of Mahima, of increasing the size of objects. Now we had a look at different ways of manifesting this power. So having it in front of you, having it in your palm, having it kept on a palm, on the palm by a friend or a family member or someone, a partner, someone who is nearby, and of course also somewhere away from you. So let us now move to the next segment, the next level, increasing the size of an object that is away from you. So once again, we will be placing an object away from you, and it can be, so either place it away where you are, you can place it away in another room or really, really far from you, or you can also have the object be in someone else's home. So you can ask someone to have an object just placed without them touching it, just placed, and you affect the size of the object that is away from you. So requesting everyone, let us get the object first. Identify the object that you want to affect the size of. And place it away from you, somewhere that is far away from you. And of course, you don't have to go to the nearest shop and put it in front of the shop and run back. It doesn't have to be that far away. It can be. There's no reason why it can't be, but it doesn't have to be, as long as it's far away. So you can still be within your sight, but it has to be far away from you. All right, so once you have the object, actually before you place it far away from you, let us take an initial measurement of the object itself. So whether you measure it by tape, whether you measure it by taking the outline of the object itself, let's do that first before we place it away. The easiest way is to draw an outline of the object on a piece of paper, assuming the object isn't too far for the piece of paper, too large for the piece of paper.
Yes, we have one question on YouTube. Can we cover the coin with a cloth during the power manifestation, or should we just leave it as it is? You can obscure the object as well. You can cover it. That is also a different variation of this power manifestation. So you can definitely do that. As Maharaj has mentioned, you can keep the coin at a distance, or you can cover it. That is perfectly fine. And another question also, is it okay to practice unclutching while driving and stuck in traffic? Absolutely. So you should not perform any of the meditations where you close your eyes or you do intense breathing or anything like that as you're operating a vehicle. But unclutching itself, if you keep your eyes closed, that should be perfectly fine. So yeah, especially when you're stuck in traffic. So unclutching can be as simple as you get irritated by the person driving the car in front of you, and instead of driving faster, honking the car, it's just unclutching from that sensation itself. So it doesn't always have to be the deep meditation. You can unclutch from so many things in your day-to-day life. And if you hold that conscious, restful awareness, that is what it's all about. If you hold a restful awareness, you will already be unclutched, because nothing in your inner space goes unnoticed. So great questions. Thank you, Ayam.
All right, so now let us move on to the meditation, the power manifestation. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our awareness to our inner space, our Ananda Ganda, and just visualize Swamiji in our Ananda Ganda. Just a mere remembrance of Swamiji makes the Master available to us, invokes the Master in our inner space. Let us kindle our feeling connection to Swamiji. And through this connection, let us feel the love and compassion, the infinite grace that Swamiji is radiating from our inner space. Feel the space of oneness with Swamiji. Now, from this space of oneness, let us move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra. And gently, just like you'll be looking at a flower, so don't concentrate, don't strain yourself, just gently through the third eye, look into Swamiji's third eye. So visualize Swamiji in front of you and look into Swamiji's third eye. As you do so, you feel an energetic connection to Swamiji's third eye. Feel the energy in your third eye as Swamiji is awakening and activating your third eye, your Anya chakra. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya to further strengthen this feeling connection that we have to the Master. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of Mahima, increasing the size of the object that is away from you. Let us now begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. And let us now take a second measurement of the object. So we've put an object far away from us, wherever we've decided to put it, to place it. Let us now take a second measurement of the size of the object and see whether you're able to affect the size. Now, whether it increased or decreased, it is still a positive, a successful power manifestation. Because even though your intention might have been to increase it, it doesn't decrease by itself. So if it did indeed decrease, it doesn't decrease by itself. It needs a power manifestation for it to decrease. So if you wanted to increase and it decreased, it's still a successful power manifestation. The power manifestation needs a little bit of tweaking, but it's still a power manifestation.
Yeah, just manifest more power and the result will be more aligned to your declaration. But at least if the power manifests, it shows that you are tapping into that space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. You are successful in establishing your connection to Swamiji.
Absolutely.
So please share your power manifestation experiences, your results. We always love to read those and also share these with all the other participants on YouTube, Facebook, and all the other social media platforms we are tuning in.
So while we're waiting for everyone to share their power manifestation, also requesting for everyone to please switch on your cameras. So if I could please ask everyone, we have Ma Jima, Ma Shu Wei Ping, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, we have Wen Chi Xin, and Ma Kelly Wang. If you could all please switch on your cameras and make yourself available for this program, for this, be available for yourself. And be available in the camera frame itself. So requesting everyone, please switch on your cameras and take part in this program. Now, I know it is a little bit late for some of you, perhaps most of you, but let's push on. put a little bit of effort and you get a lot of benefits back. So as Swamiji beautifully says, whatever you put in, you get back. So you put in a little bit of extra effort and you get that little bit more back. So let's push through just a little bit longer, and let's get the benefits that we desire.
Actually, even if you just take one step towards authenticity, Cosmos will take 1,000 steps towards you. So it's not even in the same proportion. It is much more that you get in return. The more you align towards authenticity, you take that one extra step and you will see all of a sudden you experience a breakthrough, be it power manifestation, wealth creation, in your relationships. You just take that one extra step and Cosmos showers so much more back on you. But if you don't take that extra step, you never know what all you could have manifested at that time. So we warmly invite all the viewers to join us for the power manifestation. Take that opportunity to connect to Paramashiva, manifest his powers, and realize yourself to be him fundamentally.
All right. So if you're still sharing, then continue to share, please. So don't stop sharing by all means. But meanwhile, we will get ready to move on to the next segment, which is once again the next revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that is on surrender.
Yes, we're going to learn how to establish ourselves in surrender and keep the seeking alive. So let us all settle down and be in a space of listening and deep restful awareness as Swamiji is sharing all the cosmic truths.
The mark of the modern sannyasi with a theft motion sensor and titanium superalloy casing. This is truly a danda of the 21st century, $21,000. Where is he? Oh God. Royal staff, gold plating, rubies and emeralds, platinum head, the best way to show off your wealth and status. Sannyasi shop is not responsible for the absence of wealth and status after purchase. $400,000. Security. No sannyasi should sleep unguarded with articles worth many thousands of dollars. Check out our new security system, motion sensor, sound alarm, and many more gadgets to ensure your possessions safely. $30,000. Antique king. Leather wrapping, ivory studs, the luxury danda that beats any other. $30,000. Kalpavaru, the wish-fulfilling danda, is equipped with a mini drinks cooler, lighter facilities, cigarette storage, and much more. $45,000. That's the SkyMall books, the effect of engram of that. In the flight, there is a SkyMall magazine. Healing danda. As its base is, it conceals a medicine chest and an aromatherapy generator to heal any illness. $30,000. Oh God, that's all. Wow, behind us lot. Grihastha soup. And that says, I hate sannyasis. Two famous sannyasi for your liking. Want to go to a friend's party without looking like an idiot. The Grihastha soup is an answer. La Natural City. Dweller suit with secret compartments for gandas, commandables, and other incriminating items. The Himalaya suit. The Himalaya is too cold for you. Try our new Himalaya suit. 3 layers of thermal synthetic wool, interpressed with electric heaters, and layers of vacuum pack. Warning, wear above 20 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius, and risk of dying of heat. And edibles, ready-made meal packs. The only solution to starvation, ready-made meal packs. Drop a sachet into the kamandalu, then bring to boil. Oh God! My recipe. Then bring to boil and serve. Available in 6 flavors. Cheese, garlic, bars in hot sauce, double fried chips, McDonald's burger, chili mushroom, Manchurian, Rambi Ramisu. Rum, Buramisu and Kurkure Masa mix up. Especially made for brahmacharis. Tapas LSD. Wow. Trouble with concentration. I want your friends to be amazed at your concentration skills. Take Tapas LSD. One dose can isolate you from the world and draw you into yourself. When you awake, your friends will be gapping in amazement. $10,000. Note not to be used within 3 miles of a policeman.
He did this in the bus stop.
God, what creative these guys became.
And he's telling, I'll take a printout and give. I can't give this. I said, this is original on pencil. You give it today.
Hey, create a good shop. It will be really nice. Kalpatal Danda. And he has put a light, fan, cigarette smoker, liquor box, shower, everything in the Kalpatal Danda. Titanium Danda. Royal staff. Antique king. Have it. Yeah, give it to him. Vivekananda was sitting one day in the banks of Ganga in Calcutta. One lady, old lady, got washed away in the water. She was shouting, save me, save me. Vivekananda said, he was sitting with his swamis, brahmacharis. Whoever jumps and saves her, whether you save or get washed, I'll give you enlightenment. 12 fellows jumped. And finally they saved the old lady. And all 12 came out. He gave sannyas to all 12 of them immediately in half an hour. He gave them sannyas, and that all 12 became the first circle of his sangha. In the 12, I think 4 or 5 became successors, presidents of Ramakrishna Mission. He immediately gave them sannyas. He said, you guys are much more worthy of sannyas. One lady gave sannyas to 12 people. Nothing else. Degree of surrender, that's all. Maintaining surrender, that's what one. Being established in the mood of surrender. Because these guys, they experience some time and run away. Like Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the mongoose in the village, they will go and hide in their holes. These village kids, to catch them, they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick. Even if they go and hide, they will pull the rope and get them out of the hole. Same way, your engrams are like that stones. Attachment is that rope. Even if you go and experience surrender, that can just pull you out. That only you should take care.
Because it's easy to experience surrender with you.
That's what I am saying, no?
Right, with everything.
No, not only that, even with me experiencing, if you are continuously experiencing, then no problem. Continuous experience. That's where. Continuously being established. Without, you see, when you are not having surrender, suddenly you will start judging my movements. You understand? My movements are not me. Even if I do not know, I do not show you, I am an incarnation. Understand? Sometimes I myself may act just like a normal man. just like normal. But when you measure with your logic, that actions overdone, gone. That's why I tell this first circle disciples, say, even if I don't know, you know, I'm an incarnation. Do the scheduling.
There was on the way one family who
Huh?
cancelled.
You only told me all roads are closed. That's the very word I said. Where you want to go, tell me, I'll open that tomorrow, immediately.
And I heard somewhere after we came from lost it.
Huh?
After we came from Kedarnath, apparently we got
And the day Swamiji landed in Rishikesh, rain stopped that day.
And as soon as we started, it started raining.
ஏன்னா 4 நாளைக்கு திறக்கான்னு சொன்னாங்கப்பா. யமுனோத்ரி கங்கோத்ரி எல்லா ரூட்டும். Manishananda you told me 15 days at least it will take. Even the first road, he said it will take 4 days. I said nothing doing, tomorrow it will open. You plan. And I told tomorrow where you want to go. You just show me. Actually, I told him to bring the map. And he brought the map. I just put my hand. It's all open. Now you book.
We should authorize as climate guru, Swamiji. No guru in the world can do this.
No, actually, he showed me where the black edge, Swamiji, where it's all black, and where we are supposed to go. I put my hand and it's all open. Now plan for it. All blacks are removed. Go over.
Swamiji, the hotel fellow is telling, it cannot be believed. It is Sakshat, I mean, really, he himself has come, that's why it is happening.
What is there? You see, nature respects us. When we respect nature, we are the most ecological group who never disturb Ganga, Himalayas, who come happily and celebrate and go back. So nature respects us, that's all. Ganga celebrates our presence. Himalaya celebrates our presence. He wants us here, Himaraja. So you guys had this time darshan of Vyaskufa also. Vyaskufa, Saraswati,
Ganesh wrote,
Ganesh Kufa. Ganesh also wrote in Vyaskufa only. Then he stayed there, rested there. After the tiredness of writing, he just slept there itself.
because that Pandit told us from up the Vyas would talk and down Ganpati would
No,
write.
no. He sat there only and wrote. He slept here. That's the story.
He told us like this.
That's why if you go into the cave and sit, you will feel, if you will hear the sound of an elephant roaring. When the elephant sleep, there will be mild sound. That sound will be heard.
I levitated so much, I hit my head on that rock. Too much it was so shocked that it was too powerful. There's always rainfall near the source of Saraswati.
Yes.
Oh, there's a rainfall.
It is not source, it is disappearing into earth. See, source is from sky. When she landed, she disappeared into the earth with that force. Naturally, when the water comes, it makes a small dent in the. So it went so deep, and then after that, it hitting the stones below, it came back and started flowing. That U part is Saraswati. That out part is Ganga. Will you understand? Next. Trishul. I have no much idea about it. But whatever they say seems to be believable, because that way it is standing but it is shaking. Really, I am surprised. Because if it is installed strongly, it cannot shake. And if it is shaking, how long it can be standing? It is standing. At least last 10 years I have seen it standing. 1999 I have seen. And 1995 I have seen. Twice. So from 95, now 15 years. I don't know. That may not be true, but its standing is really surprising. And it is heavy. That heavy, if it is installed nicely, it will not shake. If it is not installed, it will not stand. Is it not? And how technically they managed both, we don't know. No. See, it's like a masters. If they have left the body, then it will be energy. Otherwise, it's all just a place of worship. This is more a place of worship, not energy center. Place of worship. But even there, you can feel connected. It's not wrong, because many people would have worshipped those thoughts are culminated, and it's there. You see. Panchakashi is there. Panchakashi, Panchaprayag, Panchakedar, Panchabadri is here in the Himalayas. Panchaprayag is Devaprayag, Rudraprayag, Vishnuprayag, Sonprayag, Karnaprayag, and Nandaprayag. Actually, then one should be missing. One should be reduced. I don't know which is Panchaprayag. In the 6, some 5 is Panchaprayag. Same way Panchabadri, Panchakedar, Panchakashi. In Himalayas alone. In all over India, 12 Jyotirlinga and 12 Prayagas are there.
They say that Pandavas first came to meet Shiva there.
Oh.
Went away from there because he didn't want to. They destroyed their own kin, so he didn't want to meet them there. So he went to Kedar and then
They ran behind Kedar Pindi. Yes. Then where else it will be connected? No, whether I am in the physical body or not, whether you are in the physical body or not, connection is eternal. There is a group of people. This is the way the master teaches the level disciples. And this is the way the disciples learn among themselves. Third, this is the way the opposite ideology persons were made to understand the truths. Fourth, this is the only way the religious terrorism was avoided in Vedic tradition. We never won over the sword. We never waged war with the sword. It was all with the clear, friendly, convincing arguments. The non-violent strength of the Vedic tradition is built on spiritual debate. You will not find stories like this master took a sword and rode on the horse, went with the millions of people and killed the opposite king or the religious leader and converted that whole crowd into his religion. No. He goes with a palm leaf and with a deep peace, few shaved head disciples, sits with the opposite religious leader on and on and on for days. And I want you to know about one of the important spiritual debate happened in the Vedic tradition, which rewrote the history of Vedic tradition between Shankara and Mandana Mishra. That was the turning point of the Vedic tradition, because Vedic tradition was slowly getting lost in rituals, just the outer physical doing. Slowly the attention is getting diverted towards that direction, then the inner enlightenment science. So this debate was the greatest turning point, happened to the Vedic tradition. The rules of the debate is, both of them will have lotus garlands, and Mandana Mishra's wife is a judge. Whose garland withers away first is the loser. You may think, how can that be the decision point? You need to understand, whose body becomes heat during the argument does not have the rational strength, just agitation is coming up. As I said in the morning, the person who is agitated is loser. Person who is agitated is going to do all foolish things. All foolish things. And they are already doing. Get into more and more trouble. They are putting themselves into more and more trouble. When you are agitated, see, spiritual strength means how much the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana has become Atma Pramana. Shastra Pramana means truths of the spiritual scriptures. Apta Pramana means the truths as expressed by the master. Atma Pramana means truths which has become experience of you. The Shastra Pramana, how it is expressed as Apta Pramana, should become Atma Pramana in you. So, if your Atma Pramana is stronger, your logic will ride on the cool, lubricated, compassionate nervous system. Does not need to get agitated, does not need to become hot, so that the garland can wither away. So now no need. You can play the cool game. So, Mandana Mishra was given one garland, Shankara was given one garland, debate starts, 3.5 days it goes. 3.5 days, fourth day. Amazing. 3 days, two complete opposite ideological persons are able to sit and have a beautiful dialogue, debate without getting heated up. That is the greatness of the Vedic tradition. That's the greatness of Vedic tradition. It's like more like a, will I lead you to the deeper space or will you lead me to deeper space? That's all. Nothing else. So both of them decide, if you lead me deeper space than where I am, I will become your disciple. If I lead you to the deeper space than where you are, you become my disciple. Let us enter into the deeper truths. Sahana vavatu, sahana ubunaktu. Means let both of us grow together. Let both of us educate ourselves together. Let both of us have friendliness till we complete this process. Even the Brahma Sutra, first sutra starts with Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us explore the existence, the Brahman. Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana, which has become Apta Pramana, and how much it has become Atma Pramana. Here, both of them are leading each other into the deeper and deeper and deeper spaces, understandings. When you have no more space to lead the other person into understanding, you are agitated. You will now start using the perverted logic, the heat. Garland will wither away. After 3.5 days, evening, first time sweating was seen on Mandana Mishra's body. The heat started coming up, means now all his other energy chakras are tired. Swadhisthana is emitting the heat. Now it has become survival. It is no more understanding. It is no more spiritual. Now he is agitated. He knows he doesn't have any more. He can't lead the other person into the deeper spaces, deeper than where he is. So naturally, the irrational logic, perverted logic gets activated, and he tries to use different words, which is not his experience. So those words, which has not become part of him, creates heat, and garland slowly starts withering away. Saraswati, Ubay Bharati, says, stop now, you lost the game. Understand how beautiful the atmosphere would have been. Two great religious leaders. Understand, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary guy. He is the top religious leader in Karmaganda. In those days, Hinduism is not like united as it is now. It's one of the huge branch. The ritualism is conquering, trying to conquer the science part of the religion. So it's a fight between socio-political rules and research and development science. The spiritual science and socio-political rules. Huge fight. But happening without even a flower, garland getting heated up. Can you understand? Such big decisions are made in such a loving atmosphere. It's almost like a life and death for few million people. It is getting made in a space where the garland, the lotus flower, is not getting withered away. No sword, no blood, not even using the hand to beat. Just simple intelligence. And then Mandana Mishra, not only he realizes, he surrenders completely. He surrenders completely and says, here I am, your disciple. I understand. You can lead me one step deeper than what I am. See, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary, he is an highly integrated spiritual practitioner. I can say religious practitioner who has millions of disciples. Amazing strength, intelligence, integrity. But when he says, yes, this guy can lead me one step deeper than where I am. He can take me one step above than where I am. This is time. Let me surrender. Keeping the seeking alive. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen with the ideas is the truth, basic truth on which the debate should happen. Spiritual debate should happen, keeping the seeking alive, not getting frozen in our own ideas. Person who constantly has a spiritual debate with his own life is living enlightened. With your own life, constantly have a spiritual debate. Am I standing with the decisions I took? Am I standing with the seeking I took up? Am I getting frozen? Am I ready to have the debate? Am I ready to have debate with my life, which is ready to lead me to the next step? Am I keeping my seeking open? Am I keeping my surrender alive? Or am I slowly, see in the Ganges, some dirt will slowly get into the bank and get settled. Means stopped moving, stopped flowing, stopped living. Spiritual debate is something which makes your seeking alive, which makes your surrender alive, which makes the whole thing alive, keeps the enlightenment Ganges flowing in your system intensely. Remember, when you do the debate, the garland on your neck should not get heated. Maybe we can have thermometer. Because you guys are not going to sit for 3.5 days. Garland may wither away. So we should have the thermometer or pulse monitor. Pulse monitor. That's the right thing. Your pulse should be balanced. It should be completely based on your Atma Pramana. The Apta Pramana, which has become Atma Pramana. Understand? Shastra Pramana can never directly become Atma Pramana. That's the biggest thing. Shastra Pramana is only to inspire you. Apta Pramana only give experience. And how much the Apta Pramana became Atma Pramana. So, when it is purely from Atma Pramana, there is no loser. If you lose, naturally, the person who wins is going to lead you much deeper experiences. So you are winner. If you are winner, the person who lost, you are going to lead that person into the deeper and deeper spiritual experiences. Again, you are a winner. Spiritual debate is a space where it is win-win situation. There is no loser. In Indian tradition, spiritual debate was one of the backbone, as I said, in 4 level. Master to transmit the truths to the new disciples. Master to transmit the truths to the different ideological religious leaders. Disciples to transmit the truth to other disciples. And one leader to transmit the truth to other leader. In 4 ways it has been used. And this avoided all religious terrorism in Vedic tradition. The Vedic traditions extraordinary strength is spiritual debate. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit verse which says, when you listen from the master, you learn 1/4. When you have a debate among yourself, you will learn 1/4. When you do the smarana, you learn the 3rd quarter. When you start teaching, you learn the fourth quarter. When you listen from the master, 25%. When you do debate among yourself, second 25%. When you do the smarana, remembrance, means internal question answer. I can say kind of an internal debate. The third 25%. When you start teaching, the fourth 25%. That is the way the truths are learnt. So, you guys have heard. Now I'll lead you guys to the second 25%. We will have spiritual debates. This is the truth of spiritual debate in Indian tradition. I think the second subject is history of spiritual debate. I think I have covered this subject also. As I said, in all traditions, which is out of Vedic tradition, the debate is part of life. I can see very clearly how Mandana Mishra and Shankara would have had the debate, and how Shankara had debate with many of the Buddhists and conquered, and how many Buddhists like Nagarjuna had debate with Shankarites and conquered. You may think, then what is truth? Suddenly when Shankara represents, Advaita wins. When Nagarjuna represents, Shunyatva wins. Then which is reality, which is truth? Understand, the person who is experienced is reality, not the ideas. Shankara was able to lead Buddhists one step deeper in Buddhism than where they are. So he won. Nagarjuna is able to lead Shankarites one step deeper into Advaita where they are. So he wins. So truth is one. Who is able to lead you one step deeper wins. So spiritual debate is more like a place where the person who can lead you one step further than where you are is identified and the help is taken. Brief introduction about Advaita. Advaita means non-dualism. Some of the translators translate this as a monism. No. Monism means egatva. But Advaita means non-dualism. It is put in the negative form. It is not said one, no. No two, that's all. Advaita means non-dualism, where the truth is beyond two. There is no two. Name or form, anything, time or space, which makes you experience two things, does not exist. Seen and the seer, if there is two, it is lie. Known and the knower, if there is a two, it's a lie. Experience and the experiencer, if there is two, it is a lie. So merging the experiencer and experience into experiencing, merging the seer and seen into seeing, knower and the known into knowing, is Advaita. Beyond two. You can't call it one. Beyond two. I can say the truth which leads you beyond two is called Advaita Tattva, and the experience beyond two is Advaita Anubhava. The master who leads you beyond the two is Advaita Acharya. Dvaita. I tell you exactly the difference between Advaita and Dvaita. When you experience the Advaita Anubhava from the Advaita Acharya and settle with that experience, your extraordinary gratitude will feel, whatever is said and done, I cannot become equal to him. Till you leave the body, that one line of your bio-memory will say, I cannot become equal to him. So that one line is called Dvaita, that's all. When you leave the body, that one line will go away, then it is Advaita, that's all, nothing else. Otherwise, Dvaita is, as experience, there is nothing separate. Gopikas realized they are Krishna. All great Advaitis, they realize it is they who is Bhagavan. It's not that Gopikas are great Bhaktas, because of that they did not have Advaitic experience. No. All great Bhaktas had the Advaitic experience. But when they are in the body, one line, how can I become equal to him? So internally I know I am one, but I have to be at his feet. I have to relax at his feet. The overflowing gratitude and love, which completely makes you to feel the Master as divine. So when that one line is retained, that same experience is called Dvaita. If without Advaitic experience, if you are having Dvaita, then it is incomplete. Advaita is the truth experience, ultimate. Out of that, any attitude you take is perfect. But without experiencing that, you are stuck in any attitude, means your sadhana is incomplete. So know the truth which unites everything and play from the truth, from that experience. Visishtadvaita means the individual soul is separate, the cosmic soul is separate, it is part of the cosmic soul. Slowly, 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 it can expand and may experience oneness. One funny thing is, even in Visishtadvaita, there are millions of subsects. Different beliefs. Like one group of Visishtadvaitis believe the individual soul, the cosmic soul, and the Maya, all three are eternal. Some believe Atman, Brahma, Parabrahma. So there are so many versions of Visishtadvaita. All I wanted to tell you is, after experiencing Advaita, any stand you take, any position you are, great. But without experiencing that, any position you are in, you are incomplete. Sunyavada. Sunyavada means the path of negation. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Neti, 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 neti. It's like a technique which does not give any hold for your mind. Just relaxing, 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 relaxing into the deeper and deeper space. There is no one word on which you are struck. You are stuck. you are catching or you are caught. Neither the word is caught by you nor you are caught by the word. Sunyavada. I can say Sunyavada is constantly updating your experience, not being stuck with any of the ideas you create. And Mayavada. Mayavada is something like whatever you know, including the idea of enlightenment, is illusion. Go beyond whatever you know. What is enlightenment? Different roads, that's all. Different roads. See, like now, we have different roads to travel. If there is a landslide in some road, means some wrong group has occupied, identified one philosophy with themselves. They put a wrong meaning on the words, loaded with too much of dirt. Then we take another one route, that's all. We take another one route. Sometimes the Sunyavadis are loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, take the route of Mayavada. Mayavadis get loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, let us take the Advaitavada. Anyone, if you travel sincerely, that's enough, will lead to the ultimate truth. Mayavada is like everything is illusion. Reject, go beyond all illusions. Ajatavada means unborn. Unborn. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happens and nothing ever happened. Ajata. This whole thing is unborn because you are seeing it as born. It appears to be born. It is unborn. Ajata. So, if you decide to see this whole thing as one more dream, you will be awakened. That's what? Unborn. Ajatavada. Rules of debate and moderation. As I said, first thing, pulse should not go up. Second thing, the words should be from your Atma Pramana. If you have been with Master and you are very clearly aware that some experience is possible in biomemory, in human biomemory, that becomes your experience. Understand? If you know bliss is possible in this biomemory, immediately that becomes possible in your biomemory. If you know the ultimate energy is possible in this biomemory, ultimately that becomes possible in your biomemory. Whatever is possible in that biomemory is possible in this biomemory. And start living it, giving support to it, encouraging it. That is what I call Nididhyasana, living. So whatever you are living, talk from that. That's all. Talk from that. He would have put many seeds in you. Apta Pramana would have become Atma Pramana in many ways. Talk from that. That is the rule. No question of heated arguments. No question of irrational logic. No question of perverted logic. It is only let us inquire into the truth. Atato Brahma Jignasat. Not let us see who wins. Let us inquire into the truth. That is the rule for moderation of
Shiva says, let you be aware of the gap between two breaths, and the whole day you will be in ecstasy. And he says one more thing, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. He says this technique will give you a new birth. You will not be old person again. You will not be living your old life again. One important thing with these techniques, you should constantly practice. You will see you become a new being. You are not old person again. You will be a new being. Here, Shiva is saying, let you be born as a new person. In few days, be born anew. You will not be a old person again. Only when you practice, you will understand how this bringing attention between two breaths can change your whole life. How can you be a new person? Because whenever you bring your attention between two breaths, you are unclutched. Just you remember that you are unclutched. You come to the same neutral space in which you experience. You are unclutched. All your problems can be alive. You can have your suffering as long as you believe you are a connected being. The moment you understand by your very nature you are illogical, unconnected, independent, unclutched being, immediately from that moment you can't suffer, because even your suffering is nothing but connecting and creating a shaft. You can suffer only if you create a shaft. You can't continue to suffer if you remember again and again you are unclutched. Because the suffering which happened to you 1 year ago, the suffering which happened 9 months ago, the suffering which happened 8 months ago, the suffering which happened yesterday, they are completely unconnected. Independent incidents, separate thoughts. But when you start connecting all of them and start seeing them, create an understanding about them in your life, or create an idea about them in your life, be very clear, you are creating suffering for you. You are creating hell for you. You are creating more and more difficulties for you. These techniques, you need to go into them. When you go into these techniques, you will see the liberation happening in your being. Whenever you are in depression, just remember that you are unclutched. The incidents or the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. In the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identity, one which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let it be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The idea of confession is nothing but a pure business. It is an idea given to you so that you can be kept as a slave. This idea of guilt, idea of confession, all these things are cunning, subtle way to exploit human beings. It's a very cunning, subtle way to keep people under the control. Let it be very clear, your idea about yourself, which you are keeping which you are keeping inside your mind, and your idea about yourself which you are projecting to the outer world, both of them are pure lies. Both the identities are lies. When you bring your awareness, attention between two breaths and realize, remember again and again, you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are unclutched. Again and again when you remember, you are unclutched by bringing your attention between two breaths. Suddenly you will see all your activities are taking a new turn. You will not be talking in the same way. You will not be working in the same way. You will not be doing things in the old way. You will start working in a new way. You will start thinking in a new way because your idea about pleasure will change. Your idea about joy will change. Your idea about pain will change. All your ideas about yourself will change. That is why I say, Shiva is the only master who is master for the Bhavaroga. Bhavaroga means the disease of bondage. He is the only master, only doctor to cure the disease of bondage. He straight away liberates you, cuts all the bondage. He doesn't even give you the bondage of spirituality. Almost all the religions will take away the social bondages, but they will give you spiritual bondage. One more new bondage, golden chain. But with Shiva, he neither gives you spiritual bondage nor gives you social bondage. Usually, you will be relieved or you will be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world by the religions. They will tell, oh, don't bother about name, don't bother about fame. These are all the techniques to be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world. Image which you are showing to the outer world, liberating from that image is a lot more easy. It's not a big thing. Just little bit of intelligence and understanding, enough, you can be liberated. But liberating yourself from the image which you are carrying inside about you, that is the real freedom. That's what J. Krishnamurti says, freedom from yourself. Liberating yourself from yourself, because yourself is constantly torturing you. You can't relax with yourself. You can't sit with yourself. See, you can see in your life, even the old people doesn't have any responsibility. I have seen retired, no other responsibility, nothing else needs to be done. Even they can't sit with themselves. From morning till night, they will be reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass. Even editor wouldn't have read so much. See, they would have been married, their sons would have been married, their daughters would have been married, their grandsons would have been married, but they will be sitting and reading the matrimonial column with that big glass. They can't sit with themselves. They can't sit with themselves. When you can't sit with yourself, be very clear. You are not relaxed. You are not at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Here, first thing Shiva is teaching, let you be liberated, let you be in ease, let you be at ease with the image which you are carrying within yourself about yourself. Only then real morality can happen. Please understand, unless you are completely at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself inside your being, unless you accept yourself completely, real morality can never happen in your life. The one and only way to accept yourself completely is to understand the truth by the very nature. Your thoughts are illogical, irresponsible, and independent and clutched. You can't do anything about it. You have only one thing. You can understand this truth and liberate yourself, that's all. When you liberate yourself, you will be completely eased with the personality or the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Only when you are eased with your personality, only when you are integrated, life will be a game. Till then, you will be tortured by life. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, Leela. Person who has integrated his life, person who is completely comfortable with the image which he is carrying within himself, for him life becomes a Leela. It is no more serious thing. It's a game of existence. He is just playing. No question of something is right, something is wrong. No question of getting exploited by somebody, and same way no question of exploiting somebody. If you have respect for your freedom, your inner space, you will never disrespect others' freedom. Same way, if you are binding somebody, if you are taking away somebody's freedom, let it be very clear, you will be selling your freedom. You can see all these so-called moralists, they will be moral because of their followers. The followers will be moralistic because of the leader. And both are in a big bondage. Both are binding each other. Let you be very clear, the real morality, solid purity can happen to you only when you are completely ease with the personality which you are carrying within yourself. This meditation technique has got two parts. First thing, you are supposed to center your attention between two breaths. Next thing, you must be able to carry that attention throughout your worldly activity. You will be able to put your attention between two breaths. You will be able to be ease with yourself only if you are ease with your neutral space. If you are comfortable in the zone where you don't have any more attachment with your identity, where you are ready to be relaxed from your identity, means where you are ease with the personality which you are carrying in your inner space.
Teach them unclutching. No, really? And that fellow will be struggling and he will become schizophrenia and suffer forever. Then at the end of the day he will understand surrender is the right thing. Now till he understands what to do. Unclutching and all will not directly lead you to enlightenment. You may think, no, I am in a different mood, I am talking. I am telling you the exact truth. Sometimes rarely I feel like telling the truth as it is, I am telling that's all. Really. Whenever any thought comes, just surrender it to the source. You see, the source is God. Nothing else can, nothing can come out other than the God. He is the source. So drop it to the source. Disregard and drop it to the source constantly. But unclutching, you will become more egoistic. You will think, I am doing big guy. I am a big guy. Drop yourself into the Ganga. If you are a big guy, then what else? There are so many hills from where you can drop yourself into the Ganga. Now all big guys should be dropped into Ganga only. Just disrespect the anger. Disrespect the anger and surrender to Ganga. Surrender to that source. Huh? Yes. The devotion towards Master also leads to surrender. Surrender the devotion also. Know very clearly your devotion is foolishness. Really, disrespect your devotion also. Disregard your devotion also. That is also foolishness. Arrogant. I have seen so many fellows showing devotion. Fake. And especially after this scandal, I know the value of the devotion. All talks. Fellows have disappeared. Not only ordinary way, the dogs, when they run, they don't run normally. They do 1, 2 and bark and run. So I have seen all kinds of devotees running, not devotees actually, ex-devotees running, doing 1, 2, 3 and running. The dogs has the ability of vomiting. In a unique way, they will vomit. So I have seen people doing 1, 2, 3, vomiting and running. So all their devotion is foolishness. Disregard your devotion also. Only thing, drop everything at your source, at the source from which it is coming out. See, these are the pure truths I am uttering. And if you want to catch, catch it. Sharada, whenever she goes to Varanasi, she will not initiate people. Whenever I go to Varanasi only, I tell all the truth and initiate people. All, whether that Kashi or Uttarakashi, I initiate people. So, honest truth as it is. Establish yourself in surrender. That's the only way. Just be in the mood of, constantly cherish the mood of surrender. There's a beautiful book in the Christian theology, Practicing the Presence of God. Any of you have read that book? It's a very powerful book. You guys should read it. Thomas Kempis, great mystic. Out of intellectual ideas you can create organization, but out of this surrender idea only you can create enlightenment. With the surrender idea you can't create organization. You can create only enlightenment. You can't sell this idea, you see. But unclutching can be nicely packaged and sold. So I don't need to sell anything to you guys. Already you guys gave a lot of money to me. I can tell you guys the truth as it is. That's why I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. Spontaneous disappearance happens only when you have tremendous regard for surrender philosophy. See, the tremendous regard for surrender philosophy makes many of your non-mechanical parts of the brain alive and copes up your system for higher experiences. That is when the withering away of the will happens, not before that. Not even accepting with anger or anything, not even having the idea of acceptance. 5 days before I got hurt in the hand. I did not even know. Yesterday Brahmaswarupa noted down and told me, what is this, Swamiji? It was a very strong, deep wound. I don't know. I did not even know how it got, where it happened, nothing. I didn't even know, only he found out and told me. Then he started inquiring, Swamiji, you will not have pain or you will not know about your body and all that. Then I started thinking, okay, this is the way it is. And it is there. And that also yesterday I found out because I wore the cloth yesterday, our hands are seen. The idea of pain, nothing exists. It's not that I am without awareness. I am with awareness only. I am moving, talking. And the wound shows very clearly there was a bleeding. There would have been a bleeding. Establish in the surrendering mood, and the joy of sadhana you will experience. See, sadhana itself should be joy, only then you will do it. Otherwise, how much you will tightening the screw, how much you will do? That's what I said, you are screwed. People are unhappy about it when I say the truth. You don't need to surrender to some person or image or anything, to the source. That brings a lot of joy and tremendous lubrication in your nervous system. Otherwise you will have thousands of problems. Why that fellow is levitating, I am not levitating. Now all this nonsense will be there. The sadhana people will create so much complication and they will always get into trouble. I am afraid of these sadhakas because they will create a lot of trouble, nuisance. Never ever have friendship with the people who do sadhana. No, really. No, they will create some problem for you. Either they will compare their sadhana with you or they will compare your sadhana with them and they will put you in mess. They will torture you. Be with people who are more loving, simple, joyful, playful, who are not bothered about the sadhana, foolish nonsense. No, really. Otherwise, all the fellows who are too much sadhana, no, they will put you in trouble. Go and talk to them 10 minutes, they will put you in depression. Either they will compare their sadhana with you, saying that, oh, I do this, you don't do anything, you are a fool, and you are with the wrong guru, and all this. Or they will see your sadhana, oh, you do this, I don't do anything, and they will raise your ego and put you in hell. In some way, they will put you in nonsense. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the Sattvika sadhaka will sit inside the mosquito curtain and do what he needs to do, will never talk about it to anybody else. See, the other day I was telling about you can talk about your experience. That is totally different. Talking about your sadhana is different. You understand? Talking about experience is what you feel, the joy overflowing, verbalizing it. That is different. And talking about your sadhana, I do this 1008 times, I count and I roll on the ground. Who cares whether you wash your butt or not? No, these fellows go on talking about it too. No, I do this sadhana, I do this kriya, that kriya. I blow this nose 20 times, that nose 20 times. And this mahamudra, that kriya. Egoistic idiots. Finally, what happens? The anti-effect happens. Sadhana is supposed to lead you to enlightenment, and the anti-effect will happen. Anti-effect means what? Clash. Not only they will put you in depression. You see anybody puts you in depression within 10 minutes is a great sadhaka. No, really. He will be a great sadhaka. Go and talk to them and find out in 10 minutes they will put you in depression. Nonsense. It is better to be with the people who dance in clubs, bars and eat and drink and go and sleep in and do their life. They will be much better company than these so-called sadhakas who blow their nose 20 times, go around do something, some foolish things. Because at least these bar goers, they won't put you in depression. No, really. These guys will put you in depression. I am telling you all the truth as it is. Very practically. No, I never saw any fellow drunkard or a bar goer putting others in depression. Either if you give company, he will drink with you. If you don't like, he will go and drink by himself and he will be by himself. But see these sadhakas, they will catch you and talk to you and put you in depression. Even if you don't want to talk, they will sit and brag about their necklace and just like bragging about these jewels and cloth only. It's a kind of a bragging. And they will see to it you are in depression. Till then they won't feel satisfied, settled. See, even this mantra japa, you should not repeat with like a sadhana. You should put it like a ring on your vocal cord. So where a sound is coming, air gets converted into words. Just you should place it like a ring, and you should feel like there is a ring. For example, if you get a mantra Shiva Shiva, something like that, Namah Shivaya or Namo Narayana, you should feel that mantra is there like a ring. Any air goes through, it goes through that ring. So any air comes out will have the paint smell of that ring, that mantra. Means again surrender only. And go in the other road. Don't go in the same road. Because they will catch you and put you in depression. What will you do? Poor fellow. They will give you all tall talks. Even the surrendering, I don't even call it as a sadhana. It's like a joy of relaxation. Joy of restful awareness. No? What is she's telling? Yes, that's what. See, whatever you think, from where that all your idea, energy, intelligence, that I exist, all of you feel that I exist now. From where you feel that, give it to that same thing. That's all. To that same space or place or whatever it is. So there is something from which you feel I exist. I have to eat, I have to walk, I am standing, I am this body. You have that now. So from which that comes out, give it to the same back. That's all. Something is responsible why you are able to see all this. Is it not? Something is responsible why you are able to hear all this. So give it back to that same. Even as a concept, you give it back to that same is enough. Because you can't do more than concept. You are a concept. So as a concept, you give it back to them, that's enough. You are nothing more than a concept. The big problem is few chaos created out of few junk. Different junks when it becomes chaos. See, opposite that pigs sheds are there, you see. Near that 4 or 5 pigs are rolling on sea. In the daytime you should have seen. Tomorrow morning don't miss that. There is so much junk and 4 or 5 pigs are rolling around. Take photograph of that. Exactly that's what you. Put it in the website. No, really. See that? Did you guys see that? That 4 or 5 small huts are there for that pigs, you see. They grow pigs. And that junk will be there. Lot of junk and they will be rolling. That small pigs they will be rolling. That's what exactly. Nothing else. I think constantly surrendering your thought will exude the love. You will start exuding. That will always means that does not mean that they are living around me. My living around me does not mean they became enlightened. It's all they have to surrender. Without surrender, living around me is not physically living around me is not a too big thing. There are 200 dogs in Bridge Ashram living with me. They are there more than 8 years and they are more senior to anybody. What to do? No, they are senior than everybody. Again, see, he's asking technique for surrendering. No. See, as I said, understand these 2 words. Anything comes up, idea, thought, disregard, disrespect, and put it to the source. Let it go to the source. I am not interested. That's enough. Don't ask more words, then you will create technique out of it. Just grasp this many words, less words, go with it. When there are more words, you will create technique out of it. Sit straight, close your nose, blow it 10 times. Then air will come through other side. We can call Vavakriya. Sit in front of the people who do Kriya, tell 20 times. This is our sadhana. Teased. What are you doing? Kriya. There is no such thing as taken advantage of. What do you have to be taken advantage of? Whatever you are having is just that junk. Tomorrow morning they will show you. What is there to be taken advantage of in that junk? There is nothing worthy to be taken advantage of. And nobody is waiting to take advantage of you. Who is there? Who cares? I don't understand. Complacency means? It's okay. Even if they take it for granted, what is the wrong? You are not that big that nobody should take you for granted and all that. We'll tell all our devotees to frame the picture of that pig hut and keep it in their bedroom. I am that. Put a board and remember that's all, nothing more. Why do you think of yourself too much? See, only when you become nothing, your problems will become nothing. As long as you think you are a big guy, your problems will look big. What is there? I tell you, establishing in surrender will make your whole biomemory sweet. If I tell about the results, then you will start thinking about results. That's another one problem. Teaching spirituality is the most difficult job. Sometimes you need to inspire them with fear, greed. Sometimes you need to tell the truth as it is. When you tell the truth as it is, nobody wants to practice. Leave it. Tell it with little fear and greed, they catch only the fear greed part. They don't leave it. Wah. Wah. So today this is the message. Wah. Any sadhana, any meditation, any practice, wah. That is the initiation today. Vaya mantra. Really, I am telling you. See, when you walk, suddenly enlightenment should happen to you and you should not bother about it and continue your walking. That's the life. And Guru should tell, oh God, you became enlightened. Oh, that's okay. What is there, Swamiji? Anything else? You should ask. No, that is the way life should be. Okay, what next? That there is a beautiful story in the Upanishad. This Guru tells the disciple to take 4 cows and get into the forest and come back after it becomes 1,000 cows. That guy, see, 4 cows to become 1,000 cows, naturally it takes at least 10 years. Satyakama Japala. Japala. Anyhow, Satyakama is nickname. It's not original name. The Guru gives that name as Satyakama because this fellow tells the truth. See, his mother was prostitute. Temple prostitute. Sorry, court prostitute. So he doesn't know the father's name. So Guru asks, what's your father's name? He says, I don't know. My mother told me that she's a court prostitute and somebody made her pregnant. She doesn't know. So this is what my mother told me to tell you. When the master listens to you, honest and truthful, you are more than Brahmana. So he gives the name Satyakama to him. Japala is mother's name. So mother's name being used as a surname and the initial is a tradition from Vedic tradition. It's not new thing. It's a tradition. So mother's name is Japala. Then now I think Japali, it becomes Japala when this guy uses. That's a thing. Anyway, this guy 10 years sitting in the forest, not using human language, just being with the animals, and he practically forgot to think. The will withered away. Only one idea was there. When it becomes 1,000, I have to go back to the master, nothing else. Everything dropped. And he became established in surrender. Volume. Little more. I think sound seems very less. அப்பா சாப்பாடு ரெடியான சொல்லு. இங்கே கொடுத்துடலாமா? இல்லை கேர் எடுத்துன்னு வரணுமா? எவ்வளோ நேரம் ஆகும்? ஓகே. ஸோ தூக்கிட்டு வர முடியாதா? ஆல்ரெடி எங்கே சர்வ் பண்ண போகிறேன்? They can go on. This guy is Japala. He sits for 10 years and he forgot to even think. What about counting? So when the number crossed 100,000, he doesn't know. He is just happily sitting and taking care of them, and that's all. The cow comes and tells him, hey, we became 1,000, come on, let's go back to the master. We want to be with the master. This guy says, oh, that is it so? Okay, let's go back. When he comes to the master sees and he is so joyful. He says, wow, 1,001 cows are coming. He counts him also as cow. He becomes so silent. Then he comes and falls at the feet of the master. Master says, you became enlightened. Then Japala says, okay master, what next?
They said the Panchabhutas initiating in the forest.
See, Panchabhutas initiating means when he completely surrender, they all become gurus, that's all. It's not that they appear and, oh my son, I give you the mantra, you meditate and all that, not that. No sadhana. See, even he doesn't know he became enlightened, and enlightenment comes on the way, and he says, okay, what next? That's the only way people become enlightened. Like a Bhatmabhava. See, this Bhatmabhava fellow became enlightened just by washing clothes of Shankara. Shankara's cloth washing. Shankara's washerman, that's all. So sincerely that fellow used to do, he became enlightened. One day that fellow has gone the other side of the river to wash the clothes. And all these big talks are going on, all sadhakas, blowing their nose and dash. And all the great sadhakas are going on, and all big Vedanta talks are going on. And that poor fellow is washing the clothes there, that side. And all the big talks, this guy stood up to go and take bath. And Bhatmabala was standing there, that side, and washing the clothes. These 2-3 guys are telling that, see, this fellow missed Sureshwaracharya only. That fellow is an intellectual, Mandana Mishra. See, that fellow never sits and listens to all these great truths and spiritual things. Mandana Mishra, that fellow is responsible for spoiling the whole Advaita in South India. He is Acharya of Sringeri Math. Sringeri Mutt. That is why the whole South Indian Advaita became ritualistic. Real ritualistic also okay, nothing wrong. Foolish ritualistic. Anyhow, this guy says, oh, that fellow is fool and he doesn't listen. Fool and he doesn't listen. And nothing, he is not a sadhaka. Then Shankara laughs and says, hey Bhatmavada, come. He calls him by the name. Bhatmavada is not the name, some other name I forgot. He calls him by the name. That fellow, he just turns and in that excitement master called, he doesn't even remember he's the other side of the river. He just runs over on the river, and wherever he puts the feet, the Bhatma, the lotus rises and holds him. The nature holds him. When he came back and fell at the feet of Shankara and asked, Master, tell me what I should do. Did you call me? Then all the other fellows who saw that rows of lotus happened, they were shocked, and then Shankara says, no, I didn't call you for telling anything. I called you to tell something for these fellows, not for you. I want to tell something for these fellows, that's why I called you, not for you. Then he gives the name Bhatmavada. So he doesn't even know he became enlightened. And he is enlightened. Enlightened washerman. See? What a luxury to have. Osho had like that. All these 10, 12 fellows who are taking care of him were enlightened. One Mahaprem Shunyo, one Manisha, one Devgit, all 10, 12 fellows he trained and worked with them for 3-4 years and made them enlightened and kept them as crew. Till last moment, only that 10, 12 people were serving him. He will never talk, he will just sit. His dentist Devgit, he will go on pen down as if Osho is talking on exactly the same slang, grammar, exactly the same way he will write. Osho will tell, alright, I finished dictation, now go. There is a book called Glimpses of the Golden Childhood. And if you read that book was written like that only. Devgit was working on his teeth and he was dictator. And people with him, juicy people. Maharshi made a big mission, but all dull people. There is no juicy people.
Intellectual.
Huh?
They were intellectual.
The juicy people were all with Osho. He himself is a juicy guy. So, even with JK, all dull fellows. Tamil Nadu Brahmins. Really. He himself is a Tamil Brahmin, J. Krishnamurti. So his first surname? No. Born in Andhra, but a Tamil Brahmin. Tamilian, actually. Family is a Tamilian guy. Andhra means an important thing, they will have a name like a rhyme. If it's a small name like a Jittu Krishnamurti means Tamilian. Otherwise it will be Jittu Vadavengada Subramanya Srivan Sri Venkadesha Srinivasa Krishnamurti. That's the way it will end. Andhra Brahmins will have like a rhymes, like my name. Any of you guys know my name? It's a long name. Paramahamsa Varivarajavacharya Satchidananda Pranavaswarupa Srotriya Brahmanishta Jagadguru Nityananda Purindra Saraswati Bhagavat Padacharya. Like that only. Even if I repeat once more, I will make some mistake.
Somebody asked me, you should see the listing corrected. 1 minute, I'll check and tell.
Now we have forgotten that. We have to add one more doctor. You told them to get their clothes? You told her? Huh? Tell them to be ready with the dress by the time I reach Bangalore. Even that being aware of all the movements of the body and all also will put you into the surrender, the deep surrender. You will understand you can't be aware. Try, go on, try. Your mind will realize it's like a hitting on the Ganga, hitting on the